Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. And welcome to episode 4 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French resistance campaign. I hope you are all doing well. By the way, just because I'm a little paranoid, could one of my lovely cast members just say something right now?
You know, my favorite thing about you, my absolute favorite thing about you.
What?
It's everything.
Oh, well, I'll only torture your character a little bit today then. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Hey girl, can we get a fate point?
Hey girl, hey.
No fate points today because you're still recovering from the problems with London. However,
so much.
However, there is news. I suppose I should say the thing first, not that thing.
You say news?
News.
Okay. All right.
There may also be nudes, but that's different.
It's a different way it's delivered in this time period.
We are in Paris, so.
Which means they're definitely nudes. It's just you haven't been back to those places yet. So this is our Fate French Resistance campaign, and I want to thank you for being here. This is episode 4. So we're down with our first month of the season, which has been full of dramatic excitement. And so thank you all for being here. I would like to say, how can you support us? I want to get the support off the top, and so I can end with the most exciting support. So what you can do is watch the show either here or on YouTube. And if you would like to comment either here or on YouTube, that is great. There are other things you can do. You can follow this channel. You can follow our cast. You can subscribe to this channel or subscribe to their channels. Except for Greg, who you can't subscribe to his channel. He won't let you because he is not on the internet right now. So when you do that, you make me think of
this is actually a giant illusion.
Yes, that is correct. And
you
also
go outside, send a flare. Greg may see it and just come up and say, thanks, man.
I just feel like Greg should be Uma Thurman in Pulp Fiction.
Damn, I thought you were going to say Kill Bill.
I was supposed to say, well, you can't.
too.
It doesn't matter because you can't be Uma Thurman without at least one good foot shot.
Yeah,
Right.
so just got to work on it. But
There
actually,
may be a couple of those floating around out
Wait,
there.
we already have them because this is perfect. Regina took photographs of Oscar's feet. So I'm just saying, Oscar is Uma Thurman and also Chris Evans. We cracked the code, everyone. You can. I'm just saying. We also have a Patreon, which goes to support this lovely cast. If you would like to be a member of our Patreon, it is much appreciated because I make sure that I pay the cast and our graphic artist and all of that goodness. So it is useful and helpful. Also, you can give us tips and bits, and if you do, I will read out your tips and bits messages at the half and at the break. And the other thing that you can do is you could use your channel points to give them fate points, although not today because London is in disarray and the entire network is in disarray at the moment, so they cannot get support from London today. But I feel like, once we get to December, probably it will be fine, but we're not currently in December yet. But when we get there, the other thing you could do theoretically was to donate your channel points, the extra credit, for this community challenge that we have called Habitat for Humanity and Resistance. Because if you were here last time, our group lost their home base of operations and they need to get a new one. And this challenge, which is going to last for 30 days, theoretically, would be to get them some free aspects that they could put on their new location, at their new cover. They can get one aspect is 50K, and you could give them an aspect together, but it would take maybe 30 days, and maybe we couldn't do it because I know that you're like, we don't want them to succeed. However, the news I'm just getting from the news in. Yes, is it true? Yes, I'm hearing that.
It's just in. News break. Here we are with the news break. This is the voice I use for a news break about this time and era.
It turns out you all smashed that goal so hardcore. We have just completed our community challenge to get our group three aspects that they get to choose. I get to approve, but they get to choose, and that has happened. I am so proud of you all. You all have sort of shocked me, and I know that they will need it because life's hard for them at the moment, and I think this will be great. And I'm very excited.
Fine.
I'm very excited.
Fine.
Woo. So, why don't we introduce our cast, who are amazing, by the way, and they like send each other love in the Discord, and like, you know, it's so nice. So I would love for each one of you to introduce who you are, and then tell us who you're playing, and then answer a question for me. And that question that I would love for you to answer is... and I have my pen. I have my pen written down. At this point in time of the game, where we are, which is November the 5th, 1941, what is your character's biggest fear? Perhaps you've told no one, perhaps you have told someone, but at this moment in y'all's lives, what is your character's biggest fear? And I would like to start with Rocket Fox.
I have to find my unmute button. Hello, everybody. I am Rocket Fox, and I am playing Sylvie, the late Sylvie Moreau, who unfortunately was blown up in Berlin. Oh no, so sad. And at least that's as far as the Germans know.
Well,
but yeah,
some Germans.
That's as so far as all of the Germans in all of Germany and the rest of the world know. But yeah, so she used to run brick tops, and that was a great thing. And now she hangs out and is between jobs, so to speak. But she is in the process of being pregnant, so that's a new job that she's doing. But yeah, and this has really gone into a new area of her trouble, which is having lost her voice. So this kind of brings that into a more meta sense. But as far as what she is most afraid of in this particular moment, it's hard because I think after last episode, I think she kind of hit a point where a lot of her biggest fears kind of just all smacked her at the same time. So, which, you know, for everyone who was there and everyone who was not, just to touch base on that, you know, was having a lot of her built up identity kind of taken away real suddenly. So I think that was a really big personal fear for hers that was happening. And then a lot of her actual, under all of that, person being revealed, and kind of not really knowing what to do at this point. But I think aside from that, if somehow she had to get sent back to her actual home, like Midwest, where she would get arrested and maybe, that was never really resolved. And even though it's been a good long time since then, and I don't really know in those days what statute of limitations is
for murder. No,
for murder,
yeah,
back
no.
in the
No.
that would have been the 20s, I guess. But I'm assuming it was
30s.
The 30. Well, no, because it's the 40s, and it would have been over 10 years. So I think it would have been the 20s when that actually occurred.
Or like 1930-ish, right?
Oh no, that's
20,
fair.
like
That's
late,
fair.
yeah.
But anyway, you know, basically facing consequences.
So,
which honestly, facing consequences of any kind, really, I think is her biggest fear.
got it. Facing consequences of any kind. I'm just going to note that down because
I don't like that you're noting that, but thank you.
I love noting things like this, and I'm just noting this for no reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah. Let's go over to Grimjack, to Greg. Who are you? Who are you playing? And what is your character's greatest fear?
My name is Greg, Grimjack 21502. I will be playing Oscar Mueller, former Gestapo agent turned resistance fighter turned corpse, apparently. At the end of last episode, or towards the end of last episode, we found out that Oscar was labeled deceased. His biggest fear would be leaving the cell, the group where they are, and coming back and finding them gone or dead. Or something would happen in his absence. being alone again is not where he would like to be.
It sounds to me like what I'm hearing you say is that Oscar has a fear of not being able to stop something bad from happening and not being present for it.
Yes.
Interesting. Oh. I just find that fascinating for no reason. I'm going to just take notes. Little Red Dot, who are you? Who are you playing? And who is your character's
Hey everyone.
greatest fear?
I'm Dot. Hopefully you know me. If you don't, you can find me at Little Red Dot in pretty much all the places. I'm playing our resident German. Well, our second resident German, our defected German, I guess I should say, who has been hiding out in France. And I could go into the details of like having just done SOE training and kind of her secret promise ring to a lady back in London and all of that. But if you want to know her immediate biggest fear, is the fact that on her flight back, she finished her father's journal and found out that he told everyone that she did take her honeymoon, that she is, in fact, in Paris with the man she was supposed to marry.
Well, he didn't say Paris. He said that you were on a honeymoon.
We were on a honeymoon.
He was vague as to your whereabouts.
That being said, Regina thought that everybody else thought that she was completely defected. So let me tell you about her current biggest fear. I think is everybody finding that out, because this is news to her.
Everyone finding out what?
Well, spoilers, Trooper. Spoilers.
For me? I'm excited for spoilers.
But no, I'm not giving them away right now.
Oh. No, I just want to know, is her fear that everyone will find out that she has defected or that she hasn't defected?
That I think it's both. It's that there's a leak in the faucet. You know what I mean? Like there's something wrong. Right now she thinks one thing, everybody else is thinking another, and because of spoiler factor,
Oh, because she knows that too, because she read that as well.
That's actually probably the bigger thing. She does not want... Regina's biggest fear is that the thing that she read at the end of the diary that I cannot spoil for you at the moment is going to leak out to everyone. That's actually the big fear.
Okay. Which leads us to, last but certainly not least, your Stiver and mine. Stiver, who are you? Who are you playing?
Your Stiver and mine. Hello, everybody. My name is James Stiver. You can find me on all things social media in some form. Just Google that Stiver name. It's somewhere. It's either a Stiver punk, or it's a holy Stiver, or it's an I am a Stiver. There's just somehow, I don't know, my therapist says I just like to put my name in things, and it's true. So yeah, let's get down to the brass tacks here. I play Tango, aka Johnny Silverstein, who's a SOE trained roguish American black marketeer. And I think his biggest fear right now is that I'm sorry, I have a cat and a dog that are enjoying each other's company right now. I want to say outside of, the fucking war that's going on, and everyone might die, including his pregnant girlfriend, like that. Ooh, that's probably the biggest fear, is like that baby must stay alive. And not only that, but Sylvie must stay alive. So I would say that they're like being just making sure that they are loved and cared for is his biggest fear. I don't know how to spin that, but and I would say even so after that, it's just a fear of instability when now for the first time in his life he craves it and he needs it and he wants it, and I don't think he's ever had that, and he doesn't know what that looks like, and it's very overwhelming. So a crave for stability, and he fears instability now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that's because also, I mean, you threw the loophole of America wanting him back. You threw Mama Silverstein in, who's wanting him to come back to Florida, and how is he gonna? Oh no.
Yeah, they all want him back. Want you back for good.
Dogs can't drink IPAs. Okay,
I feel like dogs can drink IPAs.
My dog loves it.
And I am troopersjp. I am your GM, and I'm very excited to kick off this excitement. When last we left our agents, they were all off on separate missions, and things happened, which included in October the shutting down of their bar after so we had some of our heroes went up to Berlin on a tour that went poorly, but they were able to sneak out a very, very important engineer and a famous opera singer who had important documents. And they were able to escape after causing a large explosion at a party where very important Nazis were. And they were able to get out. However, people knew who they were because their names were attached, and their bar was shut down because the owner of that bar is dead and also a degenerate jazz person. So, of course, and the bar is going to be handed over to her main rival, who she loves, the opposite of love. And it will now be something classy and for Nazis, but not for them. But this was a big upheaval because all of their covers were blown. They had to sort of hide out. They're hiding out in this bunker, which is connected to these old mines, which is on the other side of the Seine than where the catacombs are. And then the rest of our heroes arrived after a trip to London for an inquiry and also some training. And they have all arrived on the night. It was like the night of the full moon, which was November the 4th. Way late at night. They had some big conversations the night between the 4th and the 5th. And I want to fast forward to finish our time skip into December, but we have to stay right here for a bit because there are things that have not been said between them all and some work that they all have to do. And so I would like to bring up the lights and raise the curtain, as it were, on, I would say, probably the morning, which is probably only a few hours after we left off before, as people were sort of waiting for the dawn to come. And in this, it's called the bunker. That's the nickname for what is basically a basement of a brewery, an old abandoned brewery, which was turned into an apartment by these two artists. And these two sort of bohemian artists who were friends of Sylvie's were like, well, we're going to leave. So they left. They went to one of the Channel Islands, actually, where they will be doing resistance work there when those islands get invaded. But this old brewery, which had been turned into an apartment, the top of the apartment is still, it's in the 12th arrondissement, which is a warehouse area. It's right by the Seine. It's where all of these, it's a whole area which does not exist now in Paris because they've actually sort of rebuilt it. But at this point in time in history, it's a bunch of like warehouses for breweries and buying vintners, right? So these, so it's like a sort of main space where people actually sort of go and do trade, like up and down the river. They move things in and out. So this is big warehouse district, and there's this house in the middle of this warehouse district. I think right now there's a big park there. There's a house there, which this brewery, this turned into a house, and in the basement of this brewery is where all the storage was for all these large barrels, and also for this couple that lived there. And at this point in time, everybody who's attached to this cell is in this basement, and there are a bunch of sort of big old barrels, those large, massive barrels that have been turned into sleeping areas. So you have, at this point in time, Tango, our roguish American smuggler and criminal who is building a criminal empire and who has been taken off of command for his behavior. You have Sylvie, the jazz singer, who is no longer able to sing jazz because her club has been taken from her. You have Oscar, a fellow artist, dancer, actor, Gestapo agent, double agent, who is sort of the protector and bouncer of this group, and Regina, the former waitress, chemist, German, assassin type who's also in this place. In addition to that core 4, you have Falstaff, who is trying to get out of there, who is their liaison, who's like the coordinator for all the resistance groups in Paris, and who needs to dismantle most of their network because it has been infiltrated by the Gestapo, as they learned from Oscar's work. You also have Hannah, the doctor, the Jewish doctor, who is sort of their doctor, an ex of Sylvie's in a complicated relationship with Regina. And you have Luke, that was their barback former criminal, who has come back with them for training. And you also have Charlie, who was the bartender for the club, who is also now hiding out because all their stuff has been taken. And this is the whole crew sort of about this bunker, which has a grate. They'll take you down to this through the sewers, basically to the Seine. It's not too far, but then also into this mines. And everybody is there. And so I will ask, as the sun rises on this beautiful, beautiful day in November, Wednesday, what are you all doing and where are you? I imagine at this point in time, many people are probably sleeping.
Oh, right. We're all together, yes?
Yes, in the bunker.
Yeah.
Because you just arrived last night, had long conversations. It was very stressful.
How much food do I have on hand?
Probably not that much. Thank you for reminding me, I need a roll. I need Bricktops to make a roll for me. By the way, they currently have 3 group fate points.
Okay.
Just so you all know.
I'll roll since I asked.
Resources. You need to make a 3.
Well.
Holy, this is... Okay.
Because the weekly faction thread is increasing needs with decreasing resources at a challenge of a 3.
I got a 2.
Mm-hmm. What would you like to do about that? You're down by 1.
I feel like we're playing Dead of Winter.
To do what? Wait, to do what?
This is your weekly faction threat. Because your group has to do with the fact that, like, as many people do, that there are not a lot of resources. And it will take up some stress, some of your resource stress, or, you could take a consequence.
Well, now that we're not, I imagine now that we're not getting the, all of the things we were getting before.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I mean, I guess we don't have a choice, y'all.
Take the stress?
We can, I don't think we can take the stress. Has our tactical stress started healing? Or is this our strategic stress?
This is a month later, so yes. Yes.
It has?
Yeah. It's a month later.
Okay, so we could take this stress.
Yes, you could.
We have
to start using the economies that we have, and this might be fate points are a luxury now.
Yeah, for
We
sure.
are right at the start, man. We don't have a lot, so I kind of lean toward take the stress.
All right, me too. That was my gut. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So you all don't have a lot of food. It's a little bit stressful, right? You don't have income at the moment. You have shady connections. You have some stuff that has come back with you from London. But again, it's not like it's lean times. It's very difficult.
Okay. I scrounge up what I can find. Probably like a loaf of bread,
probably some cheese,
egg, if I'm lucky, some cheese. I divvy it up amongst however many mouths we have, which is quite a lot. So it's probably very small portions. Everybody's asleep, and Regina grabs a bucket.
Oh, and Falstaff would have left because it's like there's been some time he has to go and take care of business.
Oh, I imagine, he would not have stayed.
No. So,
and then I grab the bucket and the spoon as soon as it's 0800. She just like rings this wooden spoon inside this metal bucket.
Which I imagine, by the way, is about 2 hours or so after you all went to sleep. Well, 8. Probably when does dawn happen in November. I will check it out. It's probably 3 or 4. It's probably
Too early.
2 or
I
3
think.
hours.
Either way, it's too early. I imagine Tango has one of those things over his eyes, like that, a nice beauty shade. And he's just like, what is this?
Breakfast is ready.
Oh.
Sylvie can sleep because, well...
I actually imagine that probably Luke is probably still awake working on finishing the forging that he's been tasked to
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oscar would have been up as well.
You are so lucky to be
pregnant. They've already got breakfast then.
Oh man, although I feel like the hormones are doing weird things to her sleep schedule, and she hears something about food and she's like, she's over there. She's over there. And she's kind of just like she's just like kind of like a bee, just all around rigging.
After
like,
this, Sylvie,
breakfast?
you are definitely going back for a little sleepy bye time.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I kind of
no sleepy bye time
for
after this.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just want to see what's going on here for the morning chow and all.
Very whatever the portion is for Tango, he's actually going to take that portion half and put that over to Sylvie as well. I'm sure she already had a bigger portion, in general, but he's just gonna do it. And it will be sly too. It won't be like an obvious thing. It'll just be like he'll be eating, and then when she's not looking, he's just gonna keep putting food on her plate.
There was a question about ration cards over in chat, and yeah, you certainly can't use your old ration cards. You have to make new ones. But ration cards are not actually easy to forge. You need to do some of stealing, but you can forge them. It's just that it's a lot of work, right?
Excuse me, I can do anything I put my mind to.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll get there after breakfast. Yeah. Don't worry about it.
By the way, no sandwiches. No sandwiches, Tango.
These are hard times.
Cheese sandwich.
All right. We need a plan. We need a sandwich plan. We need plans on plans.
I have a plan.
Oh, well, that was easy. I thought that would take us days, but
Charlie goes, okay. Well, what are we going to do? I mean, I've got a new disguise. I got this new paperwork.
Tango's going to make us all new paperwork, all new identities. And we need a new base of operations. Another front.
Charlie goes, well, we could, I don't know, just get jobs.
It's best if we start a new business so we all have the same job and can see each other day in and day out. I don't know, anyone understand the business laws of the land here? You just go to a building and say, I want that business.
Can't you just forge them?
Yeah, I just need some other paperwork to. Oh, yeah, Sylvie, you've done this, so.
And she, as she's asking that, she's kind of like hovering around other people's plates, just like.
And Charlie just gives you her plate.
She's just like kind of weirdly picking at people's stuff, just like over their shoulder, under.
Probably
their arm.
Without asking.
Yeah, no, but like not trying to just grab either, but like weirdly just like slinking around people.
Charlie
what do you want to know? I ran a business for a minute.
And Charlie nods like, I mean, paperwork's got to be filed with the right offices, and
it might be a little different now than it used to be, but the city, you file it with the city, and then you a lot of times with the different arrondissements, you just gotta like get in with the different what
right, but Charlie, things are different now, right? Because there's a new
it's gonna take this.
Well, I mean,
anyways, if you could help me with that, I think we can get something propped up. We see what is this thing we're going to get propped up to begin with.
Well, I mean, Sylvie's right. I mean, each of the arrondissements has a different mayor, and they've got like slightly different organization and everything. And I mean, I think it's probably going to be a little bit difficult. You probably need somebody who's French to own the business.
All of this is a risk to open something brand new. Perhaps finding an existing business by someone from Paris, then purchasing it from them.
I could call around my friends. I could call around my friends and see if I know anybody in some kind of business that we can get into, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but we're going to need our names on it because they're going to stop us and ask for our paperwork. They're going to want everything to sort of to show that we're working. So, like,
sure, I'll see if I have any favors I can call in.
Well, with the new paperwork, I mean, so long as it's good enough, we should be okay. Can I roll contacts?
What would you have to roll contacts for?
I want to see if she would be aware of any small business owners who might, maybe they made a getaway and left perhaps a shop unpersoned.
Or maybe they want to leave
they want to leave.
We know how to get out.
Right. But like a Jewish owned shop where they haven't gone yet, but we know that they should.
So give me a roll. Give me a roll of your contacts. And you get a +1 because it is a small business.
So that would be, with the +1 would be a 3.
That's a 3, which is you've tied. That is a tie. So
this seems important. I would be willing to use my personal fate on this just to add it to give it a straight 5.
Okay. What would be the what is your aspect that you'll be using?
A connector of humanity. This, not only is it important to connect this person with freedom and not being taken away, and that's part of our, just as Bricktop's mission as well, but connecting us to them, in that we can help them and they can thusly help us.
What sort of business are you like? Because let's put it this way: there are a lot of Jewish people who lived in Paris, but one of the problems is that their businesses are all being seized by the government. So if they're Jewish and people know they're Jewish, they've lost their businesses. People just walked in and just took them.
I'm thinking people who aren't like Jewish outright, but who have sympathies, and who might have like through marriage connections or something like that. So it would take a little more digging to find out. And I
mean, just so you know, there's a big bank, sort of famous bank. Like, I don't think it was the Rothschild, but there was like it was like one of the massive banks, and they were just the building was just taken over and is now like a Nazi headquarters for something. They're like one of the most powerful and rich people, and their just stuff was just taken. So a lot of people's stuff is just taken.
Regina, if we're gonna have this conversation, Regina would say we need something low key, right? Like, is there a way that we can help Sylvie with this role?
Do you have well, first off, I mean, that she did succeed. I think the question is what kind of...
She did.
Yeah, no, I used a fate point too, so I'm at 5.
I missed the roll. That's my bad. Okay.
She succeeded. But the question is, what is she looking for?
I got a 3.
What kind of a business? I feel like you should have that conversation before we get the result of that.
We need something where we can still have a mailman come by that still has a public front, but is very unassuming and does not have a lot of foot traffic.
Well, and we'd still want to be able to get into places. Whenever I used to do gigs at whenever we'd get hired out to parties and stuff, you know what they always have at parties?
Don't say musicians.
Flowers. And you know what these Germans are always sending to their mistresses and their wives and I don't know, their other mistresses.
It's a good reason to have a vehicle. A good
and just showing up places.
To be in certain places. It's not a bad idea. Do we know anyone who owns a flower shop?
Actually.
Would you like to, you have a question that you can ask for your discover action. Would you like to ask it?
I would. Who do I know that has a Jewish cousin, but is not they themselves Jewish, cousin through marriage, Jewish sympathies, and owns a flower shop that would really just love to not be in Paris right now?
It's funny that you ask that because as it turns out, you do know somebody.
Goodness.
You do. Now, I will sort of note a couple of things to ponder. That it is, as you were sort of coming in, it was beginning to snow, and it's really cold at this point in time in Paris, which is not great, because many people who are poor and live in those terrible garrets would need coal or wood in order to heat their apartments. Like there's just, it's snowing at this point, and it is, it's not great. You know, it's not great. Just to sort of thinking about what, if the cold snap has started now, what's going to happen with food is going to be a bit of a problem, and everybody's going to be really struggling, which, I mean, I suppose you could take advantage of that, because a lot of people probably need money to leave. But you do know a person named Edouard Lemery, and Edouard Lemery, you knew him. He was he's a florist. He has a small flower shop. He's married. He himself was converted from Judaism to Catholicism because he got married to this woman, and they have this shop together. And as far as you know, he has not been discovered, right, or sort of outed yet as being Jewish. He does not. I mean, look, he himself does not think of himself as Jewish, but the Nazis kind of don't care about that. The Nuremberg Law says that they don't care if you've converted or not, because they see Jewishness not as a religion, but as a race. And so for them, if you have, I think it's like one grandparent or two, there's a certain number of grandparents you have to count as Jewish. If you have so many grandparents who are Jewish, then you count as Jewish regardless of what your actual religion is. So he himself, wow. Yeah, because
sorry, I didn't think about that. I always thought in the back of my mind, it was like they were just going to point at guys like, "Are you Jewish?" Like, no, and they were like, "Okay,"
no,
and they would just walk away, right?
And
no?
and Oscar would know this quite well, because in order to be the Gestapo, you have to provide your lineage going back 4 generations to prove you don't have any Jews in your lineage at all, in order to be Gestapo. They're super into that. So you do know a fellow, Edward, who converted years and years ago to Catholicism, but technically that will not help him if they find out that he
is not converted enough, in that he has not been able to convert his ancestors.
That is correct. And they have a floral shop. You've made the rounds. You know them. It's him and his wife, and they have 2 children that are like 5 and 7. They're sort of like a young couple, very friendly. They've always been sort of friendly around. They've sometimes supplied, because it's a shop it's a very small floral shop, but they often do the word's not catering. What do you call it?
Floralizing.
It's like catering, but with florals. It's floralizing. It's floralizing. So they will often would like provide flowers to the club. They were like one of the places where you'd get your floral arrangements for the club. They would come in and they would do arrangements. They've got like a small shop, and they have been like they've provided you with flowers for quite some time. Of course, because you've been doing the rounds for a while now, just seeing how everybody's doing, that it's hard to be a floral shop because flowers are a luxury, and luxury items are difficult, but they have sort of persisted here and then. But they're struggling. They're struggling really hard because it's really hard to get those materials at this point. And that means they have costs. They don't have a lot of income. They have mouths to feed. It's not great for them, but you do know them. You know that couple.
So Sylvie to the gang. Actually, I do. The guy who used to deliver the flowers to the bar, Edouard, yeah. He was always a Catholic so far as I knew him, but I know that his ma and pa used to be Jewish, and I'm pretty sure he grew up Jewish, and his wife was Catholic, and so that's why he ended up converting. I only know this because I ended up talking to his mom one time whenever she came into the bar. And, she just came in for a drink because she wanted to see these arrangements that he had made this one time. And I had promised her a free drink if she came in. But anyway, I mean, you know how things are going, and I think that he and his wife and their little ones would be pretty interested in getting out of here.
Well, unfortunately, you can't tell him you're Sylvie, or were Sylvie. So we may have to go with this one cold. But at least we know where to find him.
But if they're looking to get out, then we could look to maybe buy the place from them or take over their identity. But if we take over their identity, they're
or simply
Jewish,
keep
it's
it
a
warm
terrible
until all this is done and they can come back and take it.
And that's the better part. Perhaps they keep us on as on the payroll, so to speak, and they go on a long vacation, or we don't know where they went if anyone asks, other than we are keeping the place warm.
Hannah pipes up and she says, well, if you wanted to keep it in their family, well, if he is Jewish, then the laws will recognize him as Jewish. But again, French Jews are... But if she is not, then if the business were under her name, then it would not be seized if they change those laws.
We could be her relatives. We could show up and work with them for 2-3 weeks. The customers would get to know us. We would begin deliveries. We would introduce ourselves, or a select few of you would introduce yourselves as relatives to the woman who's the owner. And if the community accepts it, there will be no questions. A lot of people are coming here.
Well, and I'm sorry, did I miss one of the people owning this is Jewish, right?
The husband.
The husband. Okay. Right, but
and they're taking
if the Germans are taking businesses. All the Jewish businesses, then they would take this one. This is why I wonder if we go in.
We file appropriate paperwork, right, Tango? And take over the business properly.
We take over the business and we tell them the business is theirs once all this blows over. They have my word. Obviously, they'd have to trust us, Sylvie, but I imagine they would trust you.
Well, they could, if they put it under the wife's name, then it should be safe.
Yeah, and the wife's Catholic. She's always been Catholic. Her family's always been Catholic.
Okay.
They always talk
about it. But if they
it.
find out the husband isn't, then they would take it anyways because of marriage, right?
She's actually a number of people I know. They have fled, but their spouses have stayed, and some of their spouses don't want to leave, and so.
Okay, so that makes it a little easier. What we do is we keep it in her name.
I was about to say, Sylvie desperately needs a new identity. What if she just takes over the woman's identity? He runs away with the kids, she's left to run this poor business by herself, and she hires a new lot to help her.
As a community, you have to rely on their trust and their keeping their lips sealed. If it benefits them, they could say this woman is not the owner of the floral shop. But if you come in and say this is the cousin of the woman that owns the floral shop, she vouched for her before she left, then the rules continues.
It would be easier if she didn't try to take over the direct identity. But someone who maybe came in from somewhere else that the community doesn't know, I think that is easier.
Relative it is. Tango, you're working up all this paperwork.
I have been taking notes.
It has to be rock solid.
Surprisingly, if you look down, like he has like a little notepad and he's writing in real tiny because he's been in prison, by the way. And when you only get so much paper to deal with, to do things with, you learn to just write real tiny and use every inch of the space. So he's writing all this down and putting in notes of where everyone is. So Sylvie, you'll need a new name, and you'll need to be, I think, obviously we need to contact them, see if they're okay with all this.
I get a sense they will be.
Yeah. And if they are, then you're related. You're going to take over. And may make sense, obviously, that I'm your husband taking over with you.
Charlie goes, yeah, I don't mean to bring anybody down or anything, but Sylvie, you you don't look super French.
Oh, wait, who looks the most French here? Oh, wow. None of us. Hold on. Oui. Do I look French now? Is this a French accent to you?
Actually,
Does it work?
I think it's Charlie.
Me?
I kind of look at Charlie. The only other person, and I kind of spin around the room, would be Luke.
Luke's face is all up in the community.
And yes, but he's technically okay by standard, right? Like nobody has a problem with there's no issue. And
Charlie goes, "Yeah, I'm black." And Hannah goes, "There are many black French people. You probably did not go to the districts, but France has a large empire, so there are many. You also could be French. Jules is French. Jules' mother. There are many." And she seems perhaps a little offended by what Charlie had to say. There are many black French people from the Caribbean.
What about Hannah? Your French is quite good.
Well,
you are quite French. Hey.
And quite Jewish.
But not with the new identity.
How Jewish does she look? Or does she look more... Does that make sense? Like,
it depends. A lot of Jewish lookingness, especially at this point in time, is based on a lot of propaganda.
Right. Okay, so maybe that's the better question.
So if you're thinking about a lot of the propaganda, which is mostly based on Eastern European Jews who are unassimilated, she doesn't look like that. But if people are going to be gross, she's got dark hair. They might. It depends, right? It depends on how.
Right, because I'm thinking like a Nazi, right? Which is like, I walk in, you don't have a solid enough story. Here's a female-owned business. Like, Regina's thinking worst case scenario here. Who would get away with it without question?
I would think it's either Tango, or it's going to be. I mean, it could be Charlie too, because she's obviously not Jewish.
There's someone else.
Luke.
Jeanette.
Jeanette is a criminal. Is like a wanted criminal, right?
Jeanette's name is a wanted criminal.
She was kept by Tristan. I doubt that she would be recognized now.
Collette will know who she is. Come on, she was with him every time we saw Falca. Almost every time she was with him. So it is.
That's true.
She would know who Collette is.
And we don't know how many of those German parties she was in before we went with that one German party with her.
And Charlie goes, well, wait a second, though, but isn't Collette supposed to be on our side? So why would that be such a problem? I mean, give her a new name. She's not connected to Bricktops. Her name wasn't listed or anywhere, right? So,
well, and if anyone ever says anything at all, what if she was a twin sister to Jeanette? And no one knew about it, or she wouldn't have said that to none of the German officers would have ever asked.
Well, you just give her a new name, right? I mean, would that work? I mean, just put on some makeup, make her a different person, and.
I mean, she did have kind of that every girl kind of look.
But is she? I mean, I don't mean to be insensitive, but the last time we saw her, she was just screaming every night, So, is she safe?
It's not the surest thing. I could ask. If I sense that she could not do it, then I will We must think of something else.
I do think she would be the best, though. She is the, I think she's the best candidate.
And Oscar's thinking about a conversation that he had, and she wishes to make amends. She carries a great weight with her.
Well, she can help however she would like to help. I don't think she'd be a flight risk because I don't think she'd ever want to go back and help the Germans out one bit. Say something. You know you want to say something.
Also, everybody remember that while Greg knows things about Jeanette, Oscar does not.
Yeah.
So Oscar is going from the assumption
Yeah.
that he has no idea what happened with Jeanette before.
Yeah, that's right.
Carry on.
Yeah.
But the problem here
Jeanette
is that
doesn't know what happened.
That's what I'm saying. Jeanette doesn't know what we did.
That is true.
But we would have to stare her in the face every day at a flower shop.
I think it's a great idea.
Well, also the other part about it being, well, okay. Well, my one concern about it would be I only spent a day under the delicate hands of our Tristan, and I cannot tell you how many nights I stayed awake just thinking about different ways that I could well, it's not really important to go into. She was there for a long time. She was there for a really long time. And I don't know, she hasn't had to see somebody in one of those uniforms walk back up across her path, you know? It does things to you. It does things to you when that's what you see and that's what you get over and over and over every day.
She might be a risk with that. She might crack under pressure. She might stress out. And that's on top of us having to look her in the face every day.
Well, says Charlie, I'm just thinking, whoever's going to run the shop, it might be good to have somebody who doesn't have to do extracurriculars. Do you know what I mean?
Right. They stay around while we go do the things that we do.
And I feel like she might be good for not doing extracurriculars.
I definitely wouldn't put her on any extracurriculars, that's for sure.
Raina, what do you think?
And also note, Charlie does not know what happened with Jeanette, and neither does Hannah, and neither does Luke.
It's just Sylvie.
Only very
just us three here, and I would imagine we're looking at each other, and there's just a look of that says everything. It's just like, it's a lot. But what do you think? Makes sense.
No, it doesn't. That girl is out and safe. And a lot of you would bring her back into all of this so that we could use her as a front, put her as the woman at the face of this store that would have to face the Nazis every time that they walked in and questioned her paperwork. For those of you that are unaware, Falk's death was not entirely not our fault. And we very much used her as our fall man. And she took the beating for it. If she is safe and at peace, who are we to ask her to come back and do that?
No, you make a point that it's all too rational and clear, and now considering it makes me feel like a monster, so I'm sorry. She's out. I'm with her. That's my vote. Jeanette's right out. Let's not take her out of this. She's at a farm home having, I don't know, probably at this point, coffee, and there's, no Nazis around beating her daily. So you're right. I'm sorry. sometimes when you're in this, like we are, you tend to sometimes put the past and people's emotions not at the forefront. It's not being a good person, not being kind. And that's why we're in this war on this side.
I mean, we could always just have the wife. She's nice. Have her be on the paperwork and just have them leave and we run it. I mean,
yeah,
we
that's
could just be
the original.
hires for hires.
Yeah. That was the original idea, I think, was their name stays, but we are hired by them, and the extracurriculars, well, that can be run between you, Charlie, perhaps, and or not the day-to-day operations. And this would be a little easier than cleaning up, alcohol and supply. And
I was a real good bartender, so.
Oh.
Well,
I really want a bar in this flower shop now.
I think before anything, we need to talk to them anyway. Before we make any grandiose plans, before we decide who's going to run the place, we need to have a conversation with them. Sylvie's going to grab her little, crystal.
And Luke goes, wait.
Well, plus, we all know that as time goes on, I'm really not going to be able to do too many extracurriculars anyway. And she's going to start heading toward the exit.
Wait, Luke?
May I speak?
Well, yeah, you're a free person. What?
Well, so we need someone to be the owner on paperwork for the shop, who could also meet with customers and that. Is that right?
More or less.
Well, when I was into the SOE training, they said that women are less suspicious. So having a woman at the front is less suspicious. That's what they said in the training. So having a woman would be good. Who was there at the front, and also. Women are not allowed to work if their husbands are they're married and have husbands. That is not allowed because women should be, according to the states, at home. So if you have a husband, you cannot work, and then you cannot make money. I know someone who could use money. Who's a woman?
Go on.
My mother, she is not.
Luke, you beautiful boy. Sylvie's gonna go over and just like grab his face and kiss him. Luke, look at you looking after your mama in this way. And she's gonna turn around. I think that is a wonderful idea. Meanwhile, I think it would be a good idea to go have a conversation with these people anyway. Of course, I defer to our fearless leader.
Luke, it was your idea. Why don't you go get your mother? See if she's okay with it. It's a great idea.
Do I have to go any points to the grate with the sewer?
Well, that's no longer a door, so... And I point to the one that's not the stinky sewer.
Well, and then Sylvie's going to turn to Luke anyway and be like, are you about to tell me you would let a pregnant woman walk down these streets by herself without the escort of a fine gentleman to protect her in these dangerous times?
I was going to go speak to my mother.
I'm shocked, Luke. I am shocked. Shocked.
Sophie, why don't you go with him?
Well, we're gonna have to go down the sewer then. So she's gonna start going down there, and she's gonna put her arm like in a way that she's expecting him to put his arm out, so she can.
And
Regina's like, go.
and he will like help you down into the sewer because there's like a like a ladder that will sort of get you down in there to take you out. It's like a drainage pipe that will take you out to the Seine, and he will help you get out, leaving. And then Charlie's going to say, "Look, I'm gonna, if it's all right with you all, I'm gonna go and see if I can find any of my contacts, who sell some stuff, because if we're gonna get a place, maybe getting extra income won't be bad.
Food would be nice.
Food's difficult, but drugs can get you food."
Charlie, if you can get us food with drugs.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Yeah. And Charlie climbs down, doesn't even really think much about it, climbs down to the sewer and heads out, which leaves Oscar, Tango, Regina, and Hannah in the bunker.
Oscar would move over to Regina and, not a stage whisper, very quietly, he would say as he would pull up to her, "I need to speak with you."
Oh, good. Well, I needed to speak with you.
Well, good, because I need to speak with Sylvie.
She is not here.
Hannah goes,
She's gone.
Yes, which means I'm about to leave.
Tango?
Wait.
Yes.
I was just going to say that if we are going to take over a business, I imagine we would need supplies or things like this.
Yeah.
And we desperately need paperwork. And I have a special project I want you to work on, Tango.
Okay. I am your man.
Regina goes over to a brick in the wall. You see her slide it out, and inside of it is a stack of pictures. And she comes over and she kind of slaps them down across the table. They're pictures of Falco's records. The last copies that she's made, anyways. These are his actual records. I need you to make false versions of them. No, wait. What did we decide? Yes. I need you
copies.
to make copies of them, basically. Forgeries. Make real versions of them.
Okay. So, what do we have in the form of
Hannah goes,
coffee or something? Because do you have a desk? A good desk here in a corner? All right. I'm just.
We can go down to my lab, my infirmary.
Yeah, it's a paperwork day. That's
Or
what you're saying.
if you would take me onto the street, we can go to my old office. I have papers that we can get, files, folders. We have stationery that would help.
Yeah, that works. Paperwork it is.
It's a
I always hate paperwork day, but it's almost like, but it's also like art.
Tango.
Yeah.
Be careful. That business is might be under watch. If they know that it was a Jewish-run business and they have yet to actually find Hannah, they have eyes on it.
I also have a secondary place with more files as well, but we can get papers and all of this.
We'll be careful, extra careful. Watch our back careful.
The typewriter.
Double check ourselves careful, and probably take a few more extra blocks careful. Make sense?
All right.
All right.
I give Tango that look that I'm swear to God, if you get Hannah in trouble.
He's
gonna,
I look up.
I look at the torture corner, and then I look at Tango.
He's gonna be.
Come back.
He's gonna look her in the eyes, like, I am more focused than I've ever been in my life.
Come on.
Hope you realize that. I get that words mean nothing to you because right now they've done nothing for you with me. So I'm just going to show you. So here we are with the showing.
And Hannah has no idea what that conversation's about.
Yeah. And so he's just going to, at that point, look down, gather his forgery supplies, put in like a backpack or whatever the case may be. And he's like, "We ready?
Yes.
Hannah?
Let us go.
Yes. Hope you two have a great conversation."
And she will take you down to the infirmary to drop off your forgery paperwork first before you head off into the world.
2 Germans in a bunker. It's the start of a joke.
Which I think is an industrial album out
It
there
might be.
somewhere.
I think it's by
Some kind of
Einstund and
goth
Neubauten,
industrial.
maybe. Skinny
Das
Puppy.
Bunker.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
I imagine like when they're gone, the sound of their feet have completely dissipated. There's nobody left in here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Regina takes just a sit, like a flop. She sits the hell down.
It's a good thing you are sitting. I ran into your ex. The woman that you had with you in the early days.
Do you mean ran into her?
It's a party in Berlin. She approached me, knew me. It gets better. It appears that after the two of you parted ways, she found a, he would identify as an up-and-coming Gestapo agent, but I would know that he is stalled in his pursuit, or at least he was. His name
Poor
is...
man.
Yeah. They are in the same pod. Elias Yaga. I believe he is taking over for Tristan.
Then boy, do I have plans for him.
Hmm.
I have an idea, what I will definitely need your help with, but to further spoil our pot.
She's looking for you. She asked about you specifically. She asked about Bricktops, about stopping by. She had information that I'm sure that she gleaned from Elias and from the party. But she was determined to, in her words, make amends for you being upset with her.
Boy, wasn't I upset. Well, a good thing, I guess, then there's no Bricktops for her to find me.
It doesn't mean that she has stopped looking.
No, in fact, I'm sure she has plotted away here, now. How did she look?
Awful. She's not aged well.
Is he lying to me?
Yes. This is what a friend tells a friend.
Okay.
And you would know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, what do we, well, I guess I have bad news then.
So relative, but I would hear your news.
When I ran from Germany, I never heard from my fiancé again. I imagined that I was blacklisted in some way, though I guess I didn't really do my homework. When my father passed, he had very few things, but one of them was his journal. I had the chance to finish reading it on the trip back from London, and I found out a very important piece of information. He covered for me. Told everyone we went away on an extended honeymoon, eloped, as it were. It's been a year now. Regina reaches in her jacket and pulls out an enveloped letter that's very clearly addressed for Germany. I immediately wrote a letter home to tell them that we, of course, were doing fine. It seems that either my cover is blown or I need to find a husband quickly.
Do not believe that, at least she did not act as if you were a fugitive.
No, I imagine not. She is probably snooping about, trying to prove that something is amok.
Of that I am certain, yes.
And I would say that it is, considering the fact that my father tested his greatest weapon out on my husband's face. So, you are the only person that knows that, other than myself. A secret I'm sure my father planned to take to his grave. If I don't keep the cover, things are going to get very bad very quickly. You said she knows who you are, but nobody else does.
Yeah.
I have a very odd question, considering the fact that this is plotting against two people we desperately, desperately hate. But since my fiancé is dead and you need a new cover,
You wish me to be
would
your
you
husband?
like to marry me? Yes, Oscar. He worked in propaganda. I imagine there's an arm here in Paris. You could easily take his place, and I would, for the first time in many years, get to be Regina Kraus. Well,
You understand what the propaganda the ministry does.
he was very good at entertainment.
They kill the stage.
Yes, I know. It is just an ask, something for you to think about.
I will do it.
Well, that was easy.
It is the only answer. And no, it was not easy.
There is one more thing. This one's not as sour. This man she's married to. You said he's taking the place, which means he's not here yet.
If he is not in the city, he will be here soon.
Then we need to move very, very quickly. The files that Tango is working on. I'd like to place them inside of the desk that he's going to take over. Set Gestapo up to have Falca's files. We desperately need to give information to Collette to solidify who killed Falca. And if we don't know at the moment, we can at least give them some information. And if you come to our side, they may be able to offer you some protection and a new cover for a while. Because you were outed on public radio.
I am dead.
To some, but not all. That being
Yeah.
said,
Yeah, but even the reports of my death, at the very least, Elias and your ex are complicit because they know it is not the truth. Yet they did not report it.
it is true. I think that military intelligence would be very keen on knowing that one of the reasons that he was obsessed was that Calvé, their man, was working for SS and kidnapped Collette, trying to cover for, say, Falca's murder and the fact that they have proof sitting in the desk he's taking over. MI would move before he got here if we told Collette. Quickly. They would want those out before the new man got in. We have enough men to do a mission like this. We have to make it look legit.
I am concerned.
Oh.
From my conversations with Tristan, he had no support. None. None from Berlin. In fact, I was sent here to see if he was, compromised. Placing these files in the desk that Elias will inhabit, he could as easily throw them in the trash.
That's okay. This is about appeasing Collette. If for any reason she thinks that he's the one that killed Falco, then it is not us. All we need is to appease her for a while, because right now she's looking for information that we don't have. We have nothing to give her. And she's going to start asking a lot of questions, especially now that they shut down Bricktops. But I agree with you, it is not a solid plan.
Well, and again, all of his pauses are unspoken permission to speak franklies.
Oh, yeah. Regina, at this point, she's like got feet up on the table. She's probably the most relaxed you've seen her since she's walked back on a plane from London. She's like thinking out loud with you almost. You know what I mean?
Right. And then as soon as he sees her relaxed demeanor, he would kind of check just to make sure there's no one around so there's a familiar conversation with a superior. There are new players on the field. We don't know whose this information helps, hurts, or it is ammunition, but we might not be shooting it at the right person.
Who do you think we should be shooting at?
Anyone that is not us, but we want to use it for maximum effect.
I agree, which is why I'd really love to pin military intelligence and Gestapo against one another.
We do not know. There's a plot. Tristan believed that the Fuhrer was in danger, that assassination was imminent, that even potential high commands is involved. So I doubt it. Elias could be a part of this. If he is, since the information does nothing, he and Collette could even be working.
Here's the thing, the information's not for him. He never gets his hands on those files. The moment we place them and tell MI, they are going to move to get them out of Gestapo headquarters as fast as we put them there. He never has to know. What we need is a cover. We walked, before you got here, Oscar, we walked in to Gestapo headquarters. And we told them that we worked for military intelligence and our name was on a list that was inside of Falca's files.
You are all dead.
Now. But only to some. And my fear is who eventually will find out and become part of the ones that know we are not.
The information is in play, and there's a revelation that the cell is still active. This all occurs with just the delivery of these books. There's a risk, and there's a reward. I don't see it.
Point of order. Only Sylvie and Oscar are dead. Tango and Regina and Charlie
are at large. Right?
Are at large.
Are at large.
But being looked for.
I know that it doesn't feel large, but what am I supposed to tell Collette? That I beat Falca at a game of chess and put lead between his eyes?
Collette should have other questions.
Such as?
Why was Bricktops raided if we were part of German intelligence?
Also a question that I have to answer. But again, if we can get her hands on the files that she's been missing, thinking that they were taken for whatever reason by SI, and our name is officially in Falca's files as agents, it would be very beneficial to solidify our story with her.
I will, of course, help you if this is something that you wish to do.
It's something I would like to think about, but we need to think quickly. There's a woman.
There always is.
French woman. She is smart on Jules, our driver. She's being held all but hostage in her large estate. We had a chance to attend a party a while back, the night, of course, of Falca's demise, but she likes us a lot. It would be rather normal for her to send a large piece of furniture as a gift for his arrival. Luke and Tango are strapping young men. When they get it in the building, those soldiers are not going to want to put their guns down long enough to move it. They'll escort them up. Luke has rather sticky fingers. He can slot the files in the disk. Tango can distract him with his accent of the day. And they walk out and never know that we even put the files there. At the same time, we tell Collette we know exactly where they are. You come clean. You tell her that Calvé was working with the SS, and you know it because you were outed. They'll protect you at least long enough for them to get in there and steal those files back. It solidifies our story with Collette. We put our names in, and it's done.
I will not reveal myself to Collette. I do not trust anyone in the chain of command right now, for no one has stood up. As they know, I have done nothing to work directly against the Reich.
Would you prefer her to think that you are, in fact, dead in Berlin?
I would prefer her not to think of me at all.
Well, I need something and someone to solidify that Calvé was working for SS. It is something to think about. It really helps us because for whatever reason, Calvé was playing both sides. And he was getting desperate, which is why he was beating Collette with a lead pipe when I arrived.
You wish to convince Collette that Calvé was SS. And this benefits in enraging her how?
Her finding out he was SS plants the story even deeper when they find the files. That it makes sense that there was something going on with, what was your boss's name?
Tristan.
Hassel. Yes, that there was something going on with Hassel. That it was not, in fact, about some plot to kill Hitler. It was, in fact, because he killed Volker.
They will kill Tristan if they haven't already.
Considering the fact that he has a bit of a dirty past with me and mine, I don't know that I care very much. I am in the business of killing Nazis.
So he is not on the same board. He is a piece that's still in play.
Yes. They think he's nuts, no doubt. They unseated him because he failed at whatever he was trying to do because you did a really great job. And, unfortunately, Calvé did not. Think on it. I want to give it 24 hours. Tango has to make absolutely perfect files or it won't work anyways, but it is a thought. And if you can think of something else that I can give Collette or someone else that we can throw into the bus for Falca's death, then by all means.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, so I will provide you with this additional information. You are dealing with a man in Elias that he does not care for his past. He does not care for traditions or, in many respects, ancestry. He is going to remake the Gestapo here in Paris in his own image. He needs to ascend and make up for lost time. When he hits here, it will be like the thunderbolt. He will.
Then all the more reason to make sure that military intelligence is at least one barrier between us and him. We need military intelligence to think that for whatever reason, SS has been seated against them. And I imagine his lightning bolt move into the city is only going to help that story for us.
Very well.
Don't you think?
I think that the stories that came before history, the sort of collusions against the Fuhrer, they left for the East with Tristan. I think that Collette is, if she is still alive, she won't be for long. They are sending Elias here for a reason.
I may not entirely disagree with you. I will be honest. Collette was barely alive when I found her, and there was a moment where it was between her and Calvé. It's a good thing that I flipped the coin. Heads up. There will be casualties. I'm more interested in protecting us now. And what the SOE is doing. We don't actually work for military intelligence. I work for the SOE. We do, and I want to seed as much discontent between the two heads of the snake that is eating in my garden.
Paris may not be the field, then. Perhaps I could send it to Berlin.
I'm going to make a call anyways and apply, of course, for my husband's transfer for permanency to Paris. I imagine that they'll outfit us with a place to live, and we're going to have to appear at some parties. You're going to have to shave that beard. He was clean cut. A jaw so smooth you just want to punch it.
I can work with that.
I pull out a picture. It's like, you can tell that it's all but been clawed to bits. It's been wrinkled and it's old, but it's there, and I kind of sling it over to him so you can see him. Maybe you remember him.
I certainly hope I do not.
Yes.
Because if I do, someone else will.
Yes, Will.
He would look at the picture. Ah, perfectly forgettable.
More punchable than forgettable, but sort of a little bit of both, you know, punchable and
it makes Regina feel
smarmy.
better to hear him say forgettable. She goes, you know what's not forgettable? The way that she smells. If she's coming, I'm all but doomed, Oscar.
He would smile at that. So dramatic. You're becoming more prepared for the stage day by day. She's not the snake in the garden, though she believes herself to be. And you are not the person that you were before. You are the leader of this cell.
Won't make much difference to her.
It should make more difference to you.
Maybe. Oh, the things that we fear.
It keeps us alive.
You know, I've faced my death many times. I've taken lives many times, and my hand didn't shake when I mounted Falca and killed him. It didn't shake when I pointed a gun at my own father's head and blew it wide open either. She makes my hand shake.
Then use it.
Yes. Well, Regina kind of stands. She goes, I have hundreds of pictures from London that I need to develop. And I should write the next code to send to London. We should do a radio broadcast in the morning and let them know what's going on, because I imagine they have no idea that Bricktops is no more.
He would just nod and go to leave, having courses and sets of his own, but he would turn back before he dropped down into the shitty sewer. You smell better than she does.
Regina knows that's probably not true, but she laughs anyways.
That is true. And Oscar would leave.
And I think we will follow. Oscar, because Oscar needs to make a phone call to report in, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
There is a small office. It's a sort of a nondescript little office. It's in Paris, on the other side of the Seine. It's like some sort of maybe insurance, perhaps. tourism, some sort of small place that isn't particularly interesting or notable at all. And in that office, there is a back room with a telephone that you have been going to once every month or two to have a quiet phone call that is not being monitored. And that would be the place where you would go if you wanted to report to Berlin.
Is there like a administrative assistant or anybody that he would have to? Then he would simply walk in and he would just say, I am Perseus. I am here to...
Bonjour. And the woman smiles, and she's always the same woman. And she smiles, and she says, bonjour, and she says, do not turn to stone. And she smiles as like the other half of your call and response. And she just sort of gestures towards the back to let you just go in. And she just sort of keeps, right? She hands you like a brochure, a travel brochure, as you sort of head back to a back office that is empty, with the one phone that is not monitored. And of course, as you go back there, she just turns on the radio, and you can hear the propaganda wing of Radio Paris sort of playing some classical music and some talking about the news as you hit the phone.
I would assume that this is one of those lines where he calls and he hears someone answer, and there might be like a verbal cue that the line is active, and then he just recites something and ends the call without any type of back and forth. Is that correct? Am I correct in that assumption?
Well, they may need to give you information, right? So,
okay,
like,
right,
yeah.
Okay. So he would pick up the phone, have the correct which I'm sure is already handled for him by some other part of the building. And as soon as he would hear the audible cue to continue, he would say, "This is Agent Oscar Mueller. I am not deceased, as the reports of the news would tell you. The management of Bricktops, while being involved in low-level black market food trade and narcotics, they were no ultimate harm to the Reich, but they were providing me with valuable intelligence. The club's owner, Sylvia Moreau, I cannot confirm that she was immediately killed by the blast at the estate in Berlin, but she was terribly wounded. I would be able to have confirmation of this, but my cover was blown, and the cell immediately saw me for what I was. It also says that I believe those that reported my death are a threat to the High Command. There's a massive plot to kill the Fuhrer and other members of the Nazi inner circle. I believe whoever pushed this false narrative attacked an agent of Berlin, and they are persons of great interest. There is a woman named Collette. She is someone that you must look at. After observing Tristan, I believe that the man's performance suffered greatly from his paranoia. The bad news is that he became singularly focused on the threats to the German High Command at the cost of most of his other duties, but the good news is that Tristan did, in fact, uncover the edges of a coup. His absence will likely embolden the plot's leaders. Finally, I fear now that I may be the only remaining loose thread between these assassins and the hearts of the Reich. My full intent is to continue my assigned mission and report in at regular intervals according to my op parameters, but should I fall, know that I do so in service to my country and to the God above. I hope to expose these traitors, but should I be terminated in the process, know that they are all still out there in the shadows, craven and insidious. I will not stand idly by and allow the assassin of our beloved Fuhrer the death of our leaders, and the destruction of all that we have built. Now is the time for the true sons of Germany to stand in its defense. Heil Hitler.
There's a pause, and you hear only quietly the voice of someone your handler, the person who rarely speaks on the other end of the phone, who says, "Your cover has been blown. You are hereby recalled to Berlin. We will expect you back at headquarters shortly for a full debriefing. Thank you for your report. We'll take all of this into consideration." Click.
He would walk out and...
The woman smiles at you.
Au revoir.
Au revoir. And you walk out into the snow as the snow begins to fall heavier and heavier. And that is where we're going to take our break. We're going to take our break right there.
Oh,
as
okay.
As Oscar's recalled because his cover is blown, and everything is fine. I would like to note that Strike Red Kite, hey Strike Red Kite, how you doing? Has donated 100 bits and has shown us some love.
Strike, my man.
So thank you. We're going to go on a 10-minute break. Please enjoy some radio time from about this moment in November of 1941 as the news is happening. I think we're going to learn about what's going on in Turkey at the moment as we start off the news. And also thank you, Your Turn, My Turn, for those 200 bits. All the bits and tips that you give help us pay the cast. So thank you. Stretch, hydrate, do things for your shoulders, let go of all that tension, and everything is going to be great. And I suppose Oscar's just gonna go back to Berlin and everybody's doing this. It's all done. I suppose that's it.
I'm lightheaded. That's the most Oscar's ever said in this entire campaign. So
It's true. Because Oscar's, a man of few words. We're going to take a break. Take care of yourself, and we'll be back, my friends, we'll be back in 10 minutes.
The National Broadcasting Company brings you the latest news. Each Sunday at this time, we call in members of NBC's European and Far Eastern staffs for direct reports by shortwave radio. Today we are to hear first from correspondents stationed in the key capitals of war-torn Europe. We'll turn first to the Middle East, to one of the continent's few still neutral nations, to Turkey. Martin Agronsky reports direct from the Turkish capital, so go ahead, Ankara.
Hello, NBC. This is Martin Agronsky calling from Ankara, Turkey. As the armies of Russia and Germany draw nearer to the frontiers of the Near and Middle East, interest in this part of the world tends to center more and more on Britain's probable plans and visible preparations in the hinterland behind the Soviets' Caucasian frontiers. While it had always been assumed that the British would back up the Soviet forces in the event of a German attack on the Caucasus, there has been considerable speculation as to whether the British would confine their support to supplies, keeping intact their own army for the defense of the Middle East. I'm reliably informed now that following conferences in London, in Moscow, and in Tehran, the British have decided to go the whole hog as far as the defense of the Caucasus is concerned. British troops will man British weapons alongside the Red Army if, when Hitler's armies reach the Caucasian foothills, the German Führer commands his legions to follow the road to the east. As far as can be reliably learned, no British troops in any numbers are as yet on the move to their allotted positions in the Caucasus. But high-ranking British staff officers of General Wavell's India Command are already attached to the Red Army's Caucasian headquarters at Tiflis to work out with Russian staff officers the details for the movement and disposition in the near future of British troops. There is, however, no prospect of any British land forces taking a hand now with the Russians or in the near future in operations anywhere outside the Caucasus area. There has been considerable talk to the effect that the British were preparing to send forces from Iran through the Caucasus and down towards the Rostov sector to reinforce the Red Army's attempt to stop the German drive in the south. It should immediately be recognized that the British definitely do not have the strength to undertake any such offensive operation and will be doing well enough if they are able to put a really strong force alongside the Russians to meet the expected attack against the Caucasus itself. The major British preoccupation now and for some time to come is to lay the staff and transportation groundwork in Iran and in the Caucasus for the rapid and large-scale movement of troops and supplies from Iraq and India through Iran into the Caucasian area. Observers arriving here from Iran report this work is moving at full speed. All these preparations should be viewed against the background of the still advancing Nazi armies in the south to appreciate their vital strategic urgency. The conquest of the Caucasus would present Hitler with both Russia's oil and the starting point for an attack on the Middle East. The forces he will be prepared to put up for this prize will be really considerable. The British and the Russians fully realize the danger. This time, the British have every chance not only to see the writing on the wall, but to take steps to prevent its coming true. It's true that for the British, the strategic problem in the Middle East must include the Libyan as well as the Caucasian front. There are persistent reports that a British offensive in the Western Desert may be only a week or so off now. The British may easily feel that to smash the Axis in Africa is of equal importance with stopping Hitler in the Caucasus. There is certainly much to be said for the argument that a victory in the Western Desert will make the eventual defense of the Caucasus a much easier job for the British High Command in the Middle East. However, countries like Turkey, for example, whose chiefs are straining their ears today for the first rumble of the distant cannonade that approaches daily nearer to their frontiers, have the equally understandable viewpoint that when the time of danger arrives, they want planted behind them a solid British force ready to provide help on a large and sudden scale. What they want to see is enough British force to take care of a two-front war in the one area where Britain is still able to make her force felt. In wartime, politics revolve around force, not diplomacy. And as far as Turkey is concerned, it might prevent a lot of surprises if Britain took that fact to heart, as well as Germany has done. If there's one thing this war has shown, it's that the British are still thinking in terms of divisions while the Germans are acting in terms of armies. Unless British armies and more armies are poured into the Middle East before spring comes, this part of the world will live daily in an increasing political uncertainty and an extreme military danger. That's all the news from Turkey. This is Martin Agronsky returning you now to the National Broadcasting Company.
And now we go to Bern, Switzerland. NBC calling in Lanius in Bern.
Charles Lanius in Bern. Adolf Hitler's beer hall explanation of why his so-called invincible armies aren't making the progress promised in the East is making a big impression on most of the people on this side of the Atlantic tonight. All of the speeches and news in Swiss papers today, radio stations all over Europe have been blaring out the text and bits of what Hitler said all day long. Coming on the heels of the speeches by Stalin, Roosevelt, and Churchill, most observers view Hitler's address as more of a home contention speech than a reply to the leaders of his enemies. For the first time, Hitler admitted that he expected the war to last in 1943 or longer. That must have sounded strange to those Germans who were led to believe that the conflict would be finished this fall or by Christmas at the latest. It's pointed out that while Hitler blamed his lack of victories on bad weather, unfinished roads, and finally, as in the case of Leningrad, to the fact that the German High Command didn't really want to take the city anyway, but simply to surround it, the Russians advanced other reasons. The Reds report their armies are successfully counterattacking in both the Leningrad and Moscow areas, that their fresh reinforcements are pushing the Germans back at a number of points. As for Hitler's reference to Leningrad, it's recalled that a party of foreign correspondents were taken north to witness the triumphal entry of the Germans into the city as long ago as 3 months. Then tough Russian resistance forced the Germans to change their plans, and they hurriedly sent the newsmen off to the part of the northern front where the Finns were winning victories. In any case, although the Chancellor's speech was made in his habitual bellicose, scornful tone, the German people have now been officially told what they may have guessed already, that the war is far from over, that they must prepare for hard, painful times to come. Of course, the Germans may find some consolation in Fuhrer's promise that the last battalion in the battlefield will be a German battalion. But having learned something about how Germans think during the time I spent in Iraq, I'm inclined to believe they may be wondering why their leaders so skillfully avoided mentioning German losses when they refuted Stalin's claims and set Russian losses at the fantastically high figure of 8 to 10 million. There must be many people in Germany tonight doing a lot of hard thinking about what their own losses must be. But with all that, the war goes on. The Germans are stopped everywhere except in the Crimea, where they are starting Sebastopol and Kiev. In Germany itself, the Gestapo has arrested and shot 20 members of an alleged organization of saboteurs in Vienna. In Greece, armed guerrilla forces have attacked German supply columns and killed a number of soldiers. As an answer, the Germans have completely destroyed 2 villages where the inhabitants were accused of aiding the guerrillas. Fighting is reported in Serbia, where the Germans seem unable to control the people they've conquered. More communist sympathizers have been arrested in France, and 5 people, including a woman doctor, have been shot by a firing squad in Bucharest. This is Charles Lanius and Barron returning you to NBC in New York.
Our news roundup continues as we bring you news now from Britain. Harry Brundage, correspondent for the St. Louis Star-Times, reports from London.
This is Harry T. Brundage speaking to you from London. The time is now 8 minutes after 1 o'clock Monday morning, and the London blackout is at its blackest. In the short time I have been in England, I have seen London bombed and Dover shelled with the long-range guns across the Channel in France. I stood recently on Shakespeare Cliff, high above Dover. Across the strait, I could see the red and yellow burst of flame on the French coast. The big German guns fired salvo after salvo. On a more recent night, I stood in Hyde Park here in London, while German raiders were in the skies above. The overcast illuminated and reflected the flashes of the ack-ack guns. The roar of cannon was like distant thunder. Long fingers of light probed the skies. I saw a German bomber Spitfire and fall in flames, a burning meteor with a long tail of fire. What happened during the alert in London and the shelling of Dover is to me most amazing. The people did not run to shelters. In Dover, a few score, mostly women with babies or small children, strolled slowly to the shelters under those white chalk cliffs. In London, during the raid, few paid any attention to it. Sirens sounded, wailing their warning. People laughed. Pedestrians walked through the blackout, their dim flashlights twinkling like fireflies on a June night in St. Louis County. Buses and taxicabs moved easily through faint traffic signals. Behind the blackout curtains, there was light and gaiety. I was and am impressed with the good humor, the courage, defiance, and the determination of these people. I have another impression, an impression that British civilians in England are entirely too complacent about the whole show. Less than 125,000 men, women, and children are sleeping in air raid shelters. More than 100,000.
And welcome back, everyone, to the second half of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. I am so excited to have you all here. We had a little bit excitement. They discussed how they're going to work through, the end of their, the end of their bar and the brand new day for them. And also, Oscar learned that his bosses at Gestapo headquarters in Berlin would like him to come home because he has been burned, and they would like him home, and they expect him home, in a couple of days or so. Yeah, that's all. So, as we raise up, we're going to do a challenge, a group challenge, as it were, which is one of the things you can do for Fate, sort of set up something. And it will be the things that you are all doing to set up this your new cover. So this is like setting up the new flower shop, making sure of everything that you need to get everything together. The flower shop that your aspects will cover. And I'm going to need a roll from each of you. From Tango, I'm going to need resources. You have a specialization in criminal. That will be necessary because getting fresh flowers in the middle of a cold snap with a lot of snow, when fertilizer is really hard to come by, farm animals are dying.
It's going to take some... it's going to take something.
Yeah, you're not going to get that particularly legally. And from Fox, I'm going to need your contacts. That's a 1, by the way. You all need a 3. That is what you need. You need to beat a 3. You need to beat a 3.
I'm going to spend a fate point to reroll.
Okay. Using what? What aspect?
Let's look. How about the unlikely leader?
Tell me about that.
Basically, this is that down and out moment for Tango, right? Like, he's been outed as a literal leader. He has been told, from all across the board, that he's not cutting it as a friend, as a leader, as a person. He's just not in a good place, not cutting it, right? So I'm thinking this is like him trying to no, everywhere he's asking, people are saying, no, I can't do it. No, I can't do it. And I think he's rallying right now and trying to get everyone together and in his criminal resources, but he's trying to essentially rally as a leader.
Before you make any rerolls, I want everyone to make the roll first so we can all decide what you want to do about this. And then we'll figure out how it all works out. So we got criminals. We need contacts because there's going to be a lot of greasing palms, knowing people, sort of
wasn't great
to get that sort of a situation. And we're going to need Regina and Oscar to contribute to this new space as well. Let's see.
Could we be fabricating the identity that Oscar will be assuming? Start to be seen in Paris, walking along, and Oscar will put on glasses and shave, and just all of these things kind of building up. And how that relates
but that won't be for the florists. That's for your main cover. This is for the florist shop, your new cover base. How are you two going to contribute to this new flower base? We have contacts, we have supplies. Currently 1 out of 3. We could have some security in there. We could have some...
Oscar will drive for something.
Yeah.
Go pick something up and...
So using...
fertilizer or...
Sure. Using your drive to be able to sort of actually get the supplies you need into the spaces that you need them. Give it to me. That's a good one. And Regina. Where's my file for you? Regina, you can, if you like, you've got a couple of things you're very good at.
But none of which I feel like are applicable to the flower shop.
Well, it's for setting up this whole situation, which means you can do anything from...
but I want to roll so that I'm good at.
Yeah. It depends on what you want to do, right? You could, you can use your, by the way, thank you, Jer. You could use, for example, your electronics to help wire this space for surveillance. You could use your academics to actually get all of the legal paperwork right, so to make sure that all of the, documentation
like
is proper, right? Because like Sylvie's going to get that paperwork through. Actually, I think it should be academics, because Sylvie's going to get that paperwork to the right people, but having everything legally.
So there is something that I thought about if we wanted to do electronics, and maybe this is just a long-term goal. So I'm going to put this on the burner, and it's just a big fat steak that can simmer for a while, okay? I would love to. Florists always have a freezer because you're supposed to keep flowers cold. That's how you keep them longer. I would love to actually install our radio in the freezer, hidden in the freezer, the actual radio piece, and can ping it to the roof. So like make it a hidden broadcasting station would be super sweet.
But they will. Then if they track you, they will track you to the florist shop.
Yeah, but the idea would be that if they got there, they can't find it.
But they will. But they will locate it at your location.
And then not be able to find a radio.
Sure, but they will tear it to pieces.
Fat steak for back burner.
Just noting it.
Academics.
Yeah. Just note it. Give me some academics, because they will direction find to your location. That's just a note. Especially if you keep. Ooh. All right.
We legit.
So your documentation is good. Right now, none of the rest of you have succeeded in those roles. What do you want to do about it? Stiver, you wanted to re-roll because you're really pulling in your leadership of criminal folks, yes?
Yes. So that's my, again, just leadership of criminal folk.
Do it.
I can't lead this cell, but maybe I can lead a bunch of criminals. Okay.
Do it. And get rid of one of your fate points.
Yeah, I just did. Please be good.
Fair. You need to beat a 3. So you kind of need one more fate point for that one.
All right. So I wouldn't mind. I'll burn my last fate point on this. I feel like it's pretty important.
What's your aspect?
Okay. Well, this one
has to be something different. You have got some criminals. They know some people. They know a guy. You know, they know some people.
Oh, I know. Okay. So in order to pull all this off, I'm going to use life of a party. Because then I'm basically going to be pitching to everyone like this is. Like, this is going to be good. Okay. I'm going to be able to, with a legitimate front and, you know, that kind of thing, like with a legitimate business, I'm going to be, and at that being a flower shop, like it's.
I have a question. Would you, if you want, I can offer you something. I can offer that you succeed at a, you know, at a cost instead of spending that last fate point. You don't have to do the life of the party if you don't want to. I could have you succeed at a cost.
I don't want to succeed at a cost. I want to succeed right now on my own terms, which is life of the party.
Fine.
So, yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do life of the party. I'm basically going to put a little party together and just like get everyone a little intoxicated and you know what I mean? Like it becomes like, no, man, I'm telling you, flowers the future, you know? So that's what I'm going to do. And I'm just going to add the 2 onto it to bring that up to making it work.
What about you, Fox? You need to get 2 people. You need to get, you've got paperwork. You know that these illegal supplies are coming in, right? You know that Regina's done all the research on how to go and make sure that everything is going to like cross all the I's, dot all the T's, so nothing will be suspicious, and that you know that Tanga's going to get has got some good connects with some criminal folks that are going to be able to get flowers in, but you need to get the paperwork to the right people and sort of convince them. And how are you going to do that? Because right now it's not there.
No, nobody's listening. My contacts are listening to me. It's awful. Well, I have no more. Here's the thing. I have no more personal fate points because us getting access to this flower place was my last one. So what we're looking at here is we have 3 group 1s total.
But I have one. Can I give her one?
How would you give her one? You have group ones, by the way.
There's 3, and then
But we're not getting more group ones next week. Remember, those are precious.
See, that's not a very reassuring sound.
I get more of mine next week.
I will note that you do have an aspect with a free invoke on it, dearest Sylvie. You have business allies that you got last week because you've been doing all that work.
I have been doing all that work. You know what? I would like to. I don't want to have that go to waste. I would like to invoke upon this.
But that will bring you up to a 3, which is a tie, and you need to beat it.
But if I got up to a 3, what if I were to propose to you? How would you feel?
Tell me.
A lot of proposals today.
I'm ready.
That's right. How would you feel about me succeeding with a minor cost?
Succeeding with a minor cost? I would feel fine with that.
You know, a tie, minor cost.
Tie is a minor cost. I feel great about it. Let's see. I think that this minor cost is going to be, I'm going to take a boost. The minor cost is just a little boost.
Because I feel like that makes sense. A lot of Sylvie's business contacts are based around the fact that she's Sylvie and Sylvie is dead. So it's going to be harder for her to bank on these contacts right now, which is why I am rolling so abysmally. Oscar, on to you.
That's fair. By the way, I'm just going to take a minor cost, and that is that you owe someone.
Well, they will later owe me.
No, you owe them. Just so someone's going to owe you. You owe someone. Just going to note it.
That's fine. That's great.
Well, just someone knows you're around. That's all. And dearest Oscar, you have to actually get. There's a lot of moving to get all the things you need in this space, right? And to maneuver from place to place is not particularly easy when there are very few vehicles on the road and everything's being stopped all the time. So there's a lot of basically logistics that has to happen to get this all together. And you're down by 1, which means everything's in place, but getting there might be a problem at the moment.
Okay. I'm going to take a cue from chat, and Krellin said that perhaps you, Trooper,
I'm ready,
are a little too severe, and the costs are so great we won't take the consequences that you levy upon us or the conditions. And I'm here to tell everybody I don't think that's the case. I think that Trooper knows that if we have an economy in this game that involves consequences and fate points and things like that, stress, that if we just you got to roll the dice. Sometimes maybe these consequences will just be it takes them 20 extra minutes to get there.
That's right.
You know?
That's a minor consequence. Major consequences are the equivalent of taking consequences. You could
lose an arm,
losing
your arm is gone.
Well, that was a whole bunch. That was a whole bunch that all came together, all around.
I thought, all in all, nobody died, y'all.
That's true.
Which I call a win for us.
But things it's the equivalent of it's equivalent of somebody you taking a consequence slot. So I could say for a major consequence, it's you have to just take a consequence on your character. You could lose a limb, or whatever.
Well, let's have this conversation, Trooper. Since I am at a 2 and need to just get to a 3,
you have to beat 3. So you just need a 1 fate point. We'll do it.
Okay. Well, what kind of consequence are we talking about here? Is this
for
something
major?
that would be? No, is this considered a major? I mean,
yes.
It's 2 points.
Yeah. If you fail the roll, you can succeed at a major cost. If you tie, you can succeed at a minor cost.
Oh, okay. In that case, I will use my fate point to just bounce it up by 2. Chat, you're right. He's awful.
It's your choice if you want
Chat,
a major
you've
cost.
Been validated.
What is the aspect?
The aspect that I am using is the show must go on. So if he gets turned around or shit's taking too long, he doesn't care. This is Oscar.
People are stopping you, looking at your paperwork, but it's fine. You're able to sail right through.
Oh no! Wait, I have one question.
Yes.
I had pocketed that I hadn't used. No, you know what? I'm spending my fate point because I have the Jacques Grimm paperwork that I never used. I never.
You still have it. It's still there.
I still have it. I still have I think 2 free
two free invokes.
I am not using that. I am keeping that in the backest of back pockets in the event that I am fleeing for my life.
Mm-hmm.
That's the last you ever hear of it.
Hey, it's still there. It is still there. All right. So
I'll spend my personal one.
it's going to take you some weeks to get all of this together, right? You want to sort of feed yourself in first to make sure that people see you around before you sort of get into trouble and sort of do any of these things. So it's going to take you about a month to get this all situated, because you don't want to rush it. You want to do this in a sort of a subtle way so that everything is sort of taken care of. And Luke's mother is going to be the owner of the shop and will be working out front. She's like the cousin of this wife, so there's like a whole way in which it's all being worked out, so that you have this cover. And so I ask you, as this is all happening, what things do you want to do in this month? You have November, as it is snowy and rain, and as you're setting up your new shop.
I have a question.
Yes.
I like far succeeded over what I needed, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Did I get any benefit for rolling over? Did I get a boost?
You get if you that was a normal success rather than a successful with style.
With style.
Yeah.
Damn! I tried, y'all. I tried.
It was a 3, so you have to beat it by 3.
I tried. I have to beat it by 3, not 2. Damn! Yeah. I thought it was 2. Okay. Well, you know.
But you did it. It was good. You're going to have this. But before we move, I want to make sure, before we go forward, is there anything you all need to do in November?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Regina has to do something in November.
What? Do you all need to do a heist?
Other than radio back to London.
Yep. Are you all doing a heist?
We need
a reverse heist?
We are doing a reverse heist. It is a reverse heist. And I need to talk to Hannah.
Okay. Which would you like to do first? A reverse heist or talk to Hannah?
I would like to talk to Hannah first.
Okay.
So that if she's mad, she can just not be involved in any of the madness that I'm sure is coming.
Yeah. And I need to talk to my frenemy.
Mm-hmm. Sigmund? Yeah.
Sigmund.
Sigmund.
And I believe the idea is to put these files into the Gestapo headquarters offices.
Yeah. So here's the plain and dirty. The plan is Regina is going to ask Jules' girlfriend by dropping flowers off at her apartment to deliver and give a piece of furniture to the chateau.
She's
to
a
deliver
noble.
a very nice piece of furniture as like a welcoming gift to Paris to the new head of Gestapo and his wife. Luke and Tango and possibly Oscar can't go into SS headquarters.
He's wanted.
Luke and Tango will deliver it as delivery boys. The idea is that it's a heavy piece of furniture, so it is ideally not something the soldiers will want to carry. They'll escort him into the office. Luke will slip the files into the desk. Tango will be a nice distraction, talk it up, do what Tango does best, con the shit out of them. And then they leave. And then we tell Collette, and the MI moves before he ever even gets there. They get the files out of the desk drawer, and he gets a piece of furniture out of the deal. You know what I mean?
Point of order, if somebody's going to go talk to this woman, it should probably be Oscar, because he was the only one who was not at that chateau before.
That makes total sense. Yeah, because it's just a delivery. It's just a flower delivery.
Mm-hmm. So, let's start with part 1, which is Oscar going to the chateau.
I've talked so much. Okay.
And then,
He's an actor. Have a monologue some more. Come on now.
It's all right. Fine.
We just can't get past that German. Plus, I'm just waiting to see whose lip you bite next.
There is it's a chateau right on the outside of Paris. That is, it's a mansion basically. It's like this sort of old sort of minor palace, as it were, a manor, with guards everywhere. Like when you go up there are a lot of German soldiers, lots and lots of military guarding this chateau. And you have a bouquet of flowers to deliver. Just to deliver to this woman. And when you come up there, they are going to ask you for your paperwork, of course.
You would present it.
Could you roll? Well, actually, you already did roll, not you, but I get to roll because there was a roll. There was a roll there for what did I get? A 1. Yeah, that's fine. They look at your paperwork, check it, make sure that these forgeries, this identification looks good. It does, because you're looking at you're working tangos last bit, and they go, and they're going to escort you. They don't want you wandering around, and they take you in. There's like this broad driveway, and you're moving in towards this beautiful, massive mansion. And as you're walking towards it, these 2 soldiers who are taking you towards this massive mansion take you off to the side. You are walking towards, and then they just start guiding you not towards the big house at all. And you may wonder why, but if you continue walking with them, they take you to a small, it's like, you know how there are, like, you would have, if you have a big mansion, there's sometimes sort of outbuildings for the help. So they take you to this outbuilding, and they knock on the door, and the door opens, and there's this woman. She's got black hair that's sort of pulled up. She's in a sort of a brilliant sort of green, it's like a green dress, but sort of like a day dress that you would have in the 1940s, with a sort of like a white shirt underneath it, sort of like a coat dress. And she looks a little bit confused as to what is going on, but she smiles very politely as if she's clearly trained in social graces.
To be clear, Oscar was briefed that he is to go and ask this woman to deliver a piece of furniture.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Something heavy.
Now, the background
flowers
is...
are from Jules.
Okay, he's allowed to say that they are from Jules. Okay, that's what he's going to do. So then he would say, I believe these are from, and he would look at a card that has nothing on it. Jules?
Oh. Oh, this is a very nice... I'm sorry. You are a florist, she says?
Delivery.
Oh, do you have floral skills? I would prefer if you would make the arrangement and yourself. I don't. I have some skill in flower, but you are a professional?
Yeah.
And the guards sort of look at this sort of exchange to see what's happening. And one of them sort of mutters something under their breath in German, which I imagine none of you can understand. But that's actually not true because both of you speak German. And they're just like, ugh, women, right? Like this sort of like what are they good for? And like also you kind of get a sense that they find her airs to be irritating, right? That like so they kind of this like you get a sense of like like a lady, right? So there's some kind of thing where she's a little too high class, and they're irritated by her. And she leads you into this sort of outbuilding where she's living, which is basically one large room with a bit of a loft where her bed is, but she basically has just one room with like a little sink and all that. And she goes, and she says, and it's a tad haughty, which is a slightly different attitude than she had before. She's like, I want you to do this, put it, and she sort of points to a place, put it over there, she says. She points to a table.
Is there plenty of room to maneuver? I'm assuming it's a smaller building.
It's a smaller building, but it's bigger than those garret apartments that you had been in.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Okay, yeah. So Oscar would, make his way over there and set everything down and begin to kind of.
And she goes, no, I don't like it there. She's like, I would like you to put it over by the small kitchen.
Yeah, he takes it over.
And then she stops. She says, no, actually. And she does this like a couple of times until the guards start getting very bored, thinking this is going to last far too long for them. And so they decide to kind of just basically stop paying attention to what's happening in there because it's irritating them. They find this, like her thing, a bit much. And so they sort of like take a couple steps aside to go and smoke because they kind of don't want to be here for whatever this is going to be. And she's like, well, perhaps, no, I changed my mind again. Perhaps back over, how about over here? And she comes towards you to sort of maybe point to like a bit of a larger ledge.
And Oscar's playing into this, perhaps the light over here, and so here, no, and just kind of slowly moving farther and farther away from the soldiers. No, here.
Can I get a deceive from you, please? And she will give you a +1.
Okay, I assume I can use my thing for this then, right? Since I'm.
Well, your current deceive is what? Loyal German?
Mm-hmm.
But they think you're French.
Well, then I will. My deceive is awful.
you can rewrite at the end of your,
Right. Okay, hold on. Let me get my. No, it's terrible.
That is terrible. Would you like to succeed at a cost? Major cost.
After that speech you made.
It's not too bad.
Earlier. No, I'm just kidding.
Let's see, everybody, let's see what a major cost is. Sure.
Okay. The major cost will be that they are going to take out their frustrations with this whole situation on her after you leave.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So,
by the way, everybody, a good note on a game that you're invested in. When Trooper introduces you to an NPC you did not know existed 10 minutes ago, and you're still pissed about the fake thing that's going to happen afterwards, that's a good GM.
Yep.
I don't have to tell you that, though.
Mm-hmm. So they're sort of frustrated. Clearly, they're angry at her nobility. And so they kind of like just step away, and she sort of is able to pull you just further away into the space where they're not really paying attention anymore, because she's sort of going on she's doing a little bit of like a travel log about flowers, and it becomes very boring very quickly. And these guards just sort of drift away to smoke and sort of complain. And as she pulls you to the side, she goes, how is he?
He is, well, as fast as ever.
When will he be back?
I'm afraid I do not know.
Oh, then, why are you here?
We have a favor to ask of you.
All right.
We would like you to deliver some furniture, or a piece of furniture, to the Gestapo headquarters.
All right. To whom?
Perhaps, and again, I hope he's going off script a bit. There's a new commander that will be coming, Elias Yaga.
All right. And she thinks about this, and she goes, yes, I've heard that name. He should be here for... When he arrives, we'll be having a soiree at the chalet.
Will he?
Yes, of course.
That's interesting.
I mean, I am hostess for all of these sort of things.
I am sorry if my presence causes you... He kind of gestures towards the smoke cloud.
No,
trouble.
This is how it is.
Yeah.
So, and you also know that you want to, like, basically they're going to be the delivery people, right? Y'all are going to deliver. She's like, so, yes, you need something, you need furniture. All right. He and his wife will be here in a few weeks. When do you need this delivered?
We would like it there before he arrives.
All right. I will do so. Will you please give a message to Jules that I'm all right and that I am looking forward to when we can go driving.
And again, breaking with protocol, he would say he has his own Dropbox that was his backup for the one that he used with Tristan that he never had a chance to use.
Mm-hmm.
He would give her that Dropbox. If something were to, you would need us for any reason, a note here would get the job done.
It is difficult for me to leave the estate. They keep me here most of the time.
Order some flowers.
Thank you. And she just sort of like reaches out and squeezes your hand. And then she says, well, if that will be everything, I think this is acceptable. Young man. And she goes, give him a tip. To one of the guards.
Okay, let's have a conversation. I can't have this happen.
Mm-hmm.
Would there be a way for Oscar to take what's coming towards her on himself?
Oh. You would like trouble to happen to you rather than her?
Yes.
Oh. Greg. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yes.
I was going to say.
I love it. And I know Trooper's going to say yes. I'm just really interested in how. How is this yes?
He was going to, he at the end of the conversation,
mm-hmm.
Now if you could slap me as hard as you can and call for the guards.
Oh. Are you sure?
Yeah.
She nods. And she goes, how dare you? And then she slaps you as hard as she can, and the guards, with the crack, they immediately come running. Like, just immediately they're there. And they grab your arms.
And Oscar's entire demeanor changes, but if he has just one moment, he fires a wink at her, and he just says, what? She was asking for it. Look at the way she was dressed. And as they're pulling him away.
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you fight what happens next?
No.
They pull you outside of this shack, her place. And they pull you into the manor house. They drag you in. And she watches as you're being dragged in there with this look of fear. And as you're dragged in, they come into this home, and it is beautiful. It is decked out to entertain. It is decked out for parties. There are guards in there, but it is this sort of place that is it's this beautiful home. And you can see some paintings of what clearly looks to be her when she's younger, and her brother and her family. This is clearly her home. And they pull you in to a sort of a beautiful sitting room that's been turned into an office, and there's a man there with a sort of fencing scar, and you know uniforms. He's like a captain, not particularly high ranking, and these two guards pull you up to him, and he stands up. And you know he has a fencing scar, which means he went to one of these, like he's one of these like fencing fraternities, which means he's one of these guys that wants to prove how manly he is because he's got the scar. He's that guy, right? And he walks up to you and he goes, what is all this? And they go, well, this delivery man, he touched the woman. And he looks at you and he goes, papers.
You present them.
Which one? You have two different sets.
Oh, not the Jacques Grimm. He does not have those on him.
Looks at it and he goes, do you know that she is a noblewoman a title, Countess?
He would absolutely. No. Such was and he would just, thinking that she was a servant, she was out in the outhouse. And
give me your deception.
Is now can I use?
You're not being a German.
I guess I can't.
You're not being a good German.
Shit.
You have to rewrite that stunt tonight.
Catastrophic, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do this.
It just keeps getting worse.
He walks up to you.
Let's do it.
And he says, "You knew she was a countess, didn't you? Why are you lying to me? Did you know she was my countess? She's my property. She's German property, not yours."
At this point, he would say nothing.
Hans, may I have my walking stick? Hans comes over, gives him this walking stick of his, and it's got this beautiful handle of an eagle on it, and it is clearly, he does not have a limp, he clearly doesn't need a walking stick, it's clearly all pretense. And he spins the walking stick in his hand. He taps it against his hand a little bit. He says, "Your hand on my desk. You will not touch things that are mine." He just smashes it, this walking stick with the heavy brass eagle head, right onto your hand. Hard. Very hard.
I could roll a physique, but Oscar's going to go down no matter what, and just cradle his hand.
And as you cradle your hand, he goes, "French. You crumble just like your country did. Take him out of here." And the man pulls you out with your hand throbbing. You're going to be taking a mild consequence that you have like a sprained wrist right now. It'll take you a couple days before that your hand like swells up badly and turns purple. But you get out of there. You just have this. You're gonna need some medical attention on that wrist. But it is your good hand.
He does the full-on Kaiser Soze as he's cradling, he's crying as they're, he's like, "Ugh." And as soon as he gets around the corner, he just stands up straight and shakes it off and walks away. Like he's gotten way worse done to him, but I'm sure it hurts like hell. But
and so that is being set up. Now let's think about Sylvie for a moment. Sylvie is, we've got a heist happening. We're going to need some things delivered. You're going to need some things happening at that moment. And there's quite a bit of heisting happening, trying to sort of get these documents sort of back and forth. But at this moment, Sylvie.
This is November still, yeah?
This is still November.
November.
Mm-hmm.
This is how great of a pregnant lady she is. How far along is Sylvie right now? Anyone? Months?
I believe you are 4 months along.
Okay, so 4 months.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you show a little at 4 months. At least in a way that she could possibly play it up.
Yeah.
If having to, ferry things around in a way that might seem, no, I am so much not a threat because I am a pregnant lady who would never be a threat against anything.
So, where do you find yourself? Out and about. And would you like a fate point?
Oh, no. I mean, I would be interested in hearing what it's about.
I imagine you're out and about doing things, yes? Or do you stay... Tell me, do you stay in the bunker or do you go out to do things?
Does she stay in the bunker the whole time? No.
So you are sometimes out in public.
I mean, I don't think she could help herself. Like, let's be real.
Interesting. That's interesting.
Like, listen, were it me? Yes, absolutely. But Sylvie, no.
Okay.
There's
So
no way.
I will offer you a fate point to meet a friend of yours on the street.
A friend.
And by a friend, I mean somebody that you hate.
No.
Charlotte Dubois. Exactly, Charlotte Dubois.
No, that's not, no. Like, there's no amount of, like, she would claw her eyes out, and then Charlotte would have no eyes, and Sylvie would be in prison. So that's not worth the fate point.
So then you're just have to give me one of your group fate points then.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Well, people, do we want Charlotte Dubois to have no eyes and Sylvie to be in prison? Or is it okay if I use one of these group fate points? I digress. What does everyone feel? Do we have a meeting of fate? Or should we dive into these? I will take this. We will have this fateful meeting. Like, if we want to hold on to these, we will meet.
I think we use a fate point, but I know we're really asking chat here what they'd like.
Chat says that they're there to be used. That's what chat says.
Right.
But I feel like, don't you want Charlotte Dubois to run into you and know that you're not dead? Because I feel like that would be awesome.
Run into my fist? Absolutely. I love that sort of. I mean, I would be tempted, but if we're not going to be getting any fate points next time, like that's not a lot.
You'll get your personal fate points back.
You have one. That's not a lot to put. Commander of our unit, Commander Regina. What does Commander Regina feel in these desperate times?
I was trying to figure out how I can give a fate point at the moment.
But you're not with her.
I know, but...
Just take the major consequence. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ow.
Just shake it off.
I mean, I don't sing with my hands, so, I'm sure that would be fine.
What do you have to roll?
There's no roll. It's just I'm offering her a fate point.
Just to meet Charlotte in the streets, the back alleys, the streets. Are we meeting in the streets? Am I meeting her in the streets? I mean, it's going to happen at some point or another. Are we doing this? Is it going down? Okay.
I will give you a fate point then. Here, a fate point for you.
I guess it's going down.
It's going down.
Vote. I would vote to use it just so this isn't. You don't reveal your identity yet as being alive. That's my vote to save you from revelation.
I mean, I still can roll a perform at some point when we meet.
I just think that while we don't have a lot, and I get it, we're not using it next game. Revealing anyone's identity right now is pretty big. That's super
also,
big.
This is my biggest enemy on the face of the planet.
Like, that enemy is going to happen. I love that to happen, but I'm wondering if it's too soon.
Spend the fate point then. We'll just get rid of it.
Okay.
In that case, you are on the street.
Okay.
You are out there trying to get work done for the, they've got 2 fate points. Trying to get work done for the new flower shop, and you hear her voice.
Why does
You hear her voice. She's ahead of you. She's walking ahead of you on the streets of Paris, and she's laughing. And she's arm in arm with some man, a man in civilian clothes, and he's got a little mustache and a hat and a big overcoat, and they're sort of like laughing about how something is hilarious, and she has got her little voice, and she's like, Pierre, you are so amusing. And they're just speaking their French, and he's like, well, nothing is too good for you. And she says, well, I appreciate that you made sure that I got the club, and that you will get all of your friends to visit. And he says, well, of course I will. And she says, No, my understanding is that we're going to have new guests in the country, and that you're going to... Why can I come... Have them come to our place. Have them come to the new chateau. I feel like if we could get the new Gestapo head to come to the new chateau, I don't know what I'll call it yet. Maybe I will just call it Dubois, perhaps. I don't know. But if you could get them to come to the place, then I think, well, it would go such a long way to make this place more successful. Would you like to make a discover action?
Absolutely.
What skill would you like to use to ask me a question about this?
Let's use empathy. Because I'm curious. It's fair.
Okay.
Rolls tonight.
Are you directing it at him or her?
I'm directing it. One can't empathize with someone who has no true emotions, so let's direct it at him.
All right, then. You're trying to get a good read on him. You get one question.
So the question that she has... What does he feel about these new people coming in? Like, what is his regard toward them?
So you are sort of like listening to them talk. And as they're talking, you're trying to get a sense of what his feeling is towards like what the new Gestapo person is. What is this? What this conversation is. And as you're talking, you learn two things. One, he's a bit nervous about the sort of incoming Gestapo head. It's a little bit unclear to you. Like he seems, he's putting up a brave front. He's putting up a bit of bluster, but he clearly is a bit nervous about this. And you do get, because this was a discover action, you get something out of it. You get to learn one of his aspects.
Oh, I'll take it.
Nice.
Because what you can do with discover is discover people's aspects. And that is a true thing. And what you learn is that his trouble is that he's distrusted by the organization. And what
that seems like something we can use.
Basically he has to prove himself, right? That he's what do you call it? He's on probation, shall we call it? Let's put it that way. And as this conversation is going, you pick up that this man is the head of the French Gestapo, of the Carlingu. And you see him, right? You see this man, as you're watching and following them. They don't see you because you did not take the fate point, which is fine.
Oh no, so
it's
sad.
Fine. But as you sort of like are following them a little bit behind, you sort of, as this conversation between the two of them go, you sort of pick up that he is the current head, or he is the head of the French Gestapo, but they've had some setbacks and some embarrassments.
Having the head of one of your people sent around will do that.
Yes. But you see him, you see his face. You know what he looks like. None of y'all have seen him before. And you know he's on a little bit of thin ice with his organization. The Gestapo, which is over his. And of course, you know from previous gossip that she was dating that other guy who is dead now, so apparently she might be dating him. And he clearly is infatuated by her, and thinks that she's pretty amazing. You cannot read her at all, but that has always been a little bit of trouble. She's quite good at that.
Sylvie does not want to read her because she doesn't want to taint her own soul with the filth that lies within.
And I think that with that, like they sort of drift off, and you really can't follow them too much further through. But you get a sense of this. You know who he is. You know he's hanging out with her, and you know he's in a little bit of thin ice. This fellow. And Tango, you need to deliver a bit of heavy furniture to Gestapo headquarters.
Me and Luke, because it is real heavy, and we both don't have we don't have Oscar muscles or anything.
No, that is true. that is true.
Yeah.
You pick up this piece of furniture. It's a heavy like a dresser. It's a very heavy, sort of good solid wood dresser. Heavy. From this chateau that you have been to before. And you're going to drive it all the way over to Gestapo headquarters. And when you get there, the 84 Avenue Foch, this sort of 6-story building that has been transformed into a torture chamber, Gestapo headquarters, SS headquarters. When you come up to the front, remember you have been here before to save Sylvie.
Right.
Did you?
Only now I have like the hat, like I'm, got the fake mustache. I'm like, hello there, huh? Hey, I am French, huh?
Papers, please.
Simple mover. Hey, I am here to move this furniture. What do you have, huh?
Papers.
All these papers. I got papers for you, yeah. I don't know if that's an actual French accent or if that's actually Latin.
Knows.
I have no clue.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows, but I'm doing it. My deception
yes, please.
Is
okay.
Epic.
So you are going to get a boost.
That's what I'm trying to do. It's on the paper right here.
You're going to get a boost right there.
Doing, huh?
And
I'm a hardworking French man like you, huh? Well, you're not French, but you know what I mean. Come on. Time is wasting. It is hot. Wait, is it cold? I don't know the weather right now.
And it's snowing outside?
Okay. It is snowing outside. You know, the furniture will get the snow in, and it's not well insulated. You're going to get the condensation from the top of the ice. It's going to come in. Come on, let's go.
This guard is looking at you, and you are just talking. And talking
just keep going. I decided my character.
And you just keep talking, and this guard is getting more irritated with you.
But I tell you what, look, you let me in. We're gonna have a cigarette afterwards, huh? You and me, a nice cigarette.
And he just takes your paperwork and he shoves it against your chest. And he's like, "Go!" And then this other guard who's there is like, "What are you talking about? You can't let them go by themselves. They have to be escorted."
Escorted, huh? Well, you got to take the part of the furniture with us, huh? It is really heavy.
And
is that what you want to do? You want to take it? Look, look, he has got the back end. I got the front end. Would you like the side end, or do you want the angle end?
And the guard who said that you had to be escorted is like, "Go, escort them up." And the guy who does not want to deal with you is like, "Fine." And he does not touch this furniture. And you and Luke have to take this all the way up.
And the entire
stairs.
time, I'm just going to I'm just going to be like looking at him, and I'm just going to be like, so the weather is terrible, huh? It's so too bad. The weather is it's awful. Hey, what do you think about about everything that is going? Like he's just going to keep going.
He's just getting more and more enraged by all of this talking.
Hold on. I need a break. Do you know what it is like to have these knees? These knees, I broke them once I was 12. I broke one knee at 12, the other knee
at 13. Hurry up, schnell! Pick up this furniture.
Well, you do not rush perfection. Okay, all right, you rush perfection because you have guns and stuff. I need to bring it back up and start going.
And as you're moving up the floors, you hear screaming in one of these rooms.
Are you doing anything this weekend, like something fun with you and the missus, or do you have a...
He grabs one end of this furniture and he starts helping you move up as you move past like a floor that is just screaming up to like another floor up top.
Sure. By the time we're at the 4th floor, I'm going to be like, oh no, what I was thinking is when the next time I play poker with everyone, I was...
And he just unlocks the office door. He opens up the office door and he just is like, gets in there. Drop it off. Drop it off.
Yeah, we will drop it off.
No, just drop.
We have special instructions on where to drop it off, okay? We will do this exactly as it in the instructions, or they will come back to us and they will
shuts the door on you. He does not want to hear you speaking. Does not want to hear you speaking.
And then as soon as he shuts the door, it's like, all right, Luke, go.
Oh.
Let's do it. You got the forge? You got the forge?
And he pulls out the files from his back.
Oh, you're doing so good.
And he's going to he looks around.
That's a good spy. That's a good spy.
Hello, thank you. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in, Bonsai Baby. I hope you're doing well.
What's up,
Welcome
Raiders?
in. And he looks around and he sees this desk. And it is locked. And so he's like, he goes into his pocket and his wallet. And he pulls out like a small, basically lock picks that look a little less obvious.
Sure.
And he's going to try to pick these locks quietly, very quietly.
Oh, he did real good too.
He did, and he just like opens up the drawer.
And that's when my hand is on his back as I come over stealthily, just like, that was really good, man. You did really good. Under pressure too. Look at that. Look at you.
And he looks and he's trying to figure out like he's not quite certain where the best place to put these fake files are.
Oh, I've seen this before. Here's where you put fake files.
Oh, give me tradecraft.
Every day of the week, I will give you tradecraft.
Give me tradecraft. Ooh,
fantastic.
So Luke was about to place these secret files, very important secret files, like right up front. Like he's like, well, just put them in there. And you're
no. Look. We got to make this look like this was something that was here from the past. Like it's been here in this vault, right? Like you can't just put it on the top because that means obviously, no. It's got to be right here, right in the third quarter. There we go. Yeah, that makes the timeline work. Think about timelines, Luke, when you place forged documents into real document.
Are you done?
Yes, we're done, Luke. And we're gonna.
That's the guard outside. The guard.
Yeah, I know that. But I'm looking at Luke. I'm saying, yep, we're done now. All right.
The guard opens the door.
No, hello there. Look, we were here to just look at this. We are done.
He walks in and he goes, "You've not unpacked."
Well, I had to stretch. Don't you stretch to unpack?
Unpack.
I was almost done stretching, but now I was okay, fine. I would just pack without stretching now. And now a muscle will be pulled, and you have to hear it from me all the way down. And he's gonna start unpacking, and as he does, he's doing like the weird like limb like.
Give me a deception.
I have to stretch as I unpack.
Give me a deception.
Oh, I'll do it.
That may not be a deception, though. I mean, Tango may actually snap it.
Yeah. I'm actually stretching, but that's a superb.
Rushing it tonight, man. Oh my god!
And Luke is like,
shit.
Luke sees you.
Sorry,
Luke is just
epic.
like, Luke just starts like pulls out like a crowbar and starts like pulling the crate open, and it's just like
because I'm playing yes. Obviously the whiny one. If you ever moved a friend, and they're the ones who's like talking more than doing anything, have to stretch, you have to take all the breaks between everything. That's the character Tango is trying to play. And he is like, it is very important because if you do not stretch,
this man
stretch every
shuts
day.
the door again. He just walks right out. He shuts the door. He does not want to hear you. He doesn't
I'm going to
want
open the door up and you're like, I am very worried about the frequency in which you stretch. Because I feel like this is why maybe you're very tense. Anyways, I'll shut the door. We are almost done, okay?
And he clearly does not want to be near you or around you or hear you. You're clearly irritating him to the highest degree. And he just like shuts the door and he does not want to hear it. He
shuts the door.
Should be in the office with you, but he is not in the office with you because he does not want to be there.
So now I'm going to look around the office.
Yeah.
As Luke is doing the unpacking. Because we've already done everything we've done here. Yep. So I'd like to do, is that an awareness?
It is. It is indeed.
I'd like to see if there's anything worth.
You have currently 2 boosts in this moment, which can bring you up to a 4. Just because you have rolled just.
I'm going to do it because I'm in the office.
Yep.
I'm in the belly of the beast. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to look for anything that is vital to what was Bricktops. If there's a thing for us, that would be the primary, like, getting rid of anything that's like evidence or something of our, you know what I mean?
Yes, I do.
But also if that's not there, then anything that would just be, super fucking handy to have.
I
help.
Feel like what you're doing is creating an advantage, is what it sounds to me like what you're doing. And it feels to me like the advantage you're wanting to create is something like getting rid of evidence, or like sort of like Bricktops. Like you're wanting to sort of getting rid of any kind of evidence about Bricktops.
I want to get rid of any evidence of anyone that was Bricktop adjacent. Like it's just going to magically disappear.
Yeah, we're going to give the we're going to say you cleaned the office cleaners is what we're going to call that one. And as you're going through this, you see a couple of bits of sort of data, right? Sort of coming in there. You see a couple of files as you're going through, as you're like trying to place the files in a space or in a good conspicuous space. You're able to pull out a file that has a name on it that you think of. You're like Oscar. It said Oscar, and you're like, oh, let me just take that.
Yeah, so I take that. Like, and this is real quick because I know we're on borrowed time. Now, I do know that this guy's so annoyed with me. He's going to do everything he can not to come in here right now. And I look so incompetent as a person that he just doesn't see me as a threat. So I'm not too worried about a whole lot, but I'm just skimming for names and stuff. So there's just a paper for Oscar there.
It's a file.
A file. Okay. All right. Well, actually, because I'm going to have to figure out a way, because I imagine I'm just going to put this in my back pants or something and put my shirt over that and then tuck it in and all that good jazz. I am going to look at it real quick.
Yeah. It's interesting because what's fascinating to you is a couple of things you notice. One, that all of Hassel's files are still here. His office has not been cleaned out. He has been cleaned out, but his office... all of his stuff is still here. Like
it's still like in pristine, like it's waiting for him to come back.
Yeah, like there's just like his jackets on he left, it looks like, in a bit of a hurry. Or they took him in a bit of a hurry. He left very quickly.
Got you.
And there's a sort of a list of this, it's a file that has got you get a quick look. There's a lot of handwritten. And it's a lot of rantings, sort of ideas about a plot. And you see something on there. It's just one little thing that perhaps it distresses you. And it says, Agent says Bricktops is not military intelligence. This means that man lied to me when they took my prey from me. And if they are no longer military intelligence, that means they are mine. And there's just like clearly plots to go back into Bricktops and get revenge, it looks like, for being made to look a fool by you a few months ago. And basically just looking for it looks very clear as soon as the agent, which you're pretty sure is Oscar, was out of there, he was going to go in and just take it down. But also, as you're looking through, there are some notes, not in this file, but on the desk, that sort of notes that this place was not military intelligence connected. So there are a couple bits of notes that he had, right, about putting together things about Bricktops from his sort of investigations, some of which are in this file, some of which are on the desk, which if you want, you could take that one too.
Yeah, I'm going to take some files because it doesn't sound like they've done, like there probably hasn't been someone coming in and taking inventory. And there's, if Gestapo comes in or whoever's coming in to look, who's going to search, they're not going to know what was here previous. Yeah. And even if this guy comes, I don't know. It doesn't matter. I can take these files and I don't think anyone's going to miss or need them or whatever. And even then it's just going to add to more of the finger pointing. So,
and in these notes are also, they're like notes about some of the people in the Gestapo, about whether or not they're suspicious. It seems like there are a lot of people that he was feeling suspicious about. There is also in this file some information about another agent, codenamed Mark Calvé, right? So there are notes about him meeting with this agent, Mark Calvé. And then also a bunch of notes about how he didn't trust this fellow. Like at first it was good, but then it wasn't. And it's
yeah. So I'm almost wondering what I should keep here, because because anything that would be suspicious the opposite way, I almost want to put that back into the vault. So everything looks like, that the finger pointing is fine.
Yeah.
That we're about to. So anything that's like this is that lays a suspicion to the plan, I'm going to keep those files.
Yeah.
But I am keeping the file for Oscar, obviously. Anything that's Bricktop and Oscar, I'm keeping that. Anything that maybe Calvé, I'll keep that. Yeah, so I'll keep those files. I'm basically just going to put that up, like put behind my back, like, but tuck my shirt behind it, that kind of thing. And then I'm just going to start loudly going, all right, Luke, it is time. Or not Luke, whatever his name would be. But it's like, all right, it is time. Let's go. I got so much to do tonight. And the woman, she'll be slapping me around if I do not get home in time.
And Luke is like,
thinking I'm out with other women. Oh.
And Luke is like,
like I have the balls to do that with her and her.
And he's trying to place the armoire in a nice spot so it looks good. Yeah. Like he's like, but do you think it looks? Do you think it's?
It is perfect, like a masterpiece. You're a Picasso, yeah. Wait, Picasso's not. You are Michelangelo.
And he starts picking up the bits of the crate and all the bits. And he's trying to he's trying to clean up. He's trying to do a good job being a mover.
That is not our job.
And then the door opens. That's not your job.
It is not our job. I was just telling him it is not our job to sit there and take all the trash out, right? That is someone else. You have trash people who come in and take trash.
He walks up to you real close.
Yeah.
And he smells like cologne and alcohol from last night. And he walks up to you and he goes, you will take everything you brought in, not the armoire, out. You will leave nothing here. You will not leave your trash here in this office. Do you understand me?
I have a question.
Out. No questions.
I have one.
I ask the questions.
Can I suggest something to you?
He slaps you.
Oh! You slapped me.
Pick up everything.
All right, let's go. We will get everything then. I just was not sure, I mean, fine. Really hurt.
What's the name of this moving company you work for?
It is my.
No, don't tell me. And he looks up the paperwork.
Oh, it would be flawless paperwork, as Tango always has.
He goes, He notes it. Some fake company that you made.
Oh, yeah. Well, obviously you'll be using us again because we are of high quality?
No. Never.
Never?
You will never be used again.
Not once. I will give you a discount next time. You.
What is your wife's name?
My name is something French. And name is Melanie.
I see. I have your home address. Perhaps I will be visiting your wife sometime in the near future.
Oh, that is an interesting flex, and I do not like it.
And Luke is just like carrying like a crowbar and like bits of the crate, and it's just like looking like, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing right now.
Ooh, okay. Oh, I feel like I'm about to be Team Chaos here again. I think I've already been my own chaos team. just poking a fucking bear here.
But you rolled really well.
I did. I rolled real well.
Mhm.
I rolled real well. Okay, no, it's fine.
He goes, I know your neighborhood. I'll be visiting your wife. I'm sure she will find a good German man much more exciting than you, fool.
If you have been to my neighborhood, then you know that good German man. Okay, well, it's fine. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I like it. Go for it. No, you'll do really good in my neighborhood. All right, I'm going to go now and take this stuff and just leave. No, go for it. Big old German man.
And he escorts you out of the building. And as you go down, you can still hear the sounds of screaming as people are being tortured, not too far from you. And Luke is just a little nervous, and this man is just so angry he's distracted.
Yeah.
And he's
Which is a boy.
Yep. And as you sort of make your way out, onto the street with this truck that you have. And this man is so angry at you, so angry, your little mustachioed face.
Oh yeah, and I was like, and I don't turn to him. I'm just like, all right, come on, let's go. Everyone's really upset. We have time to go to get the.
Can I have an awareness from you? Just one.
Oh, awareness is. You've been asking for all the skills I'm really good at.
Yeah, because I care. Sweet.
And this is not a skill I'm really good at.
Do you care about that?
No.
All right, cool.
I'm just gonna let it ride.
Let it ride. Do you want to succeed at a major cost?
On a major cost? I have nothing I can work with, and I do not want to use these fate points for everyone else.
I mean, you can if you want.
I know, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna succeed at a major cost.
Okay. You are walking out of this building, and you've annoyed this guard. Just annoyed him. You've annoyed him. He's super angry at you.
So he has a personal hatred of me.
He does. As a personal hatred of you. As this fake French dude. And as you're walking out, it just catches your eye. It just catches your eye. You wouldn't have noticed it on the way in, but you notice it on the way out. At that front desk, there is a poster, small poster, with a photograph on it. A wanted poster. And there is a soldier, a German army soldier. It's Oscar. And he's listed as like a private, and he's wanted for murder of a lieutenant in the Gestapo. But it's his face. It's not his name. It's a different name. Some name that you don't recognize. And it's supposedly an army sergeant, perhaps. But it is Oscar. And he's wanted for murder of a Gestapo lieutenant. And for breaking out Jeanette. So this is not information you've seen on the streets. It's not information that has been discussed on the radio.
It's an internal thing. It's an internal thing that I'm just realizing. Okay.
And it is not prominently displayed. You see it on the desk. That's sort of just right there on the bottom. And you notice it on the way out as this man grabs your collar before you walk out. And he pulls you really close to him. And he says, I will make it my job to make your life miserable. Do not think I won't.
I am but a simple working man.
And he just pushes you. And you kind of perhaps stumble a little bit down the stairs out.
Is he around? What's the we're right next to our van, right? Our fake van.
Yep.
Next to that has the logo of our fake everything. And he pushes me out.
You're gonna take a consequence, by the way.
Okay.
Mild
consequence. Okay. Is there anyone else around?
Well, it's
I guess it's right in front of the building, and there's okay. This is never mind. I am really way too chaotic right now. I'm gonna need to pull myself down. I've already escaped a whole lot of BS. So yeah, he's gonna look, and I think there's gonna be a flash in his eyes of everything he wants to do, and I mean like almost on a childish, petty prank level of making this guy's life awful. This specific guy's life awful. But he's just like, he's gonna think of Sylvie. He's gonna think of the baby. He's gonna think of the cell. He's gonna think of everything. He's like, all right, come on, let's get in. He's gonna keep the facade up as he goes around and goes to the. And I just like, everyone's in a bad mood tonight, just a bad mood. And you would think that, but we are the ones that have to move furniture and all. Yeah.
And this guy is he's a military guard. He's army, not Gestapo, because the Gestapo doesn't have a lot of people. So they pull in guards from the army. And this army soldier is currently your enemy, and that is your mild consequence. You have
I have a new nemesis.
You have an enemy in the German army.
How do you always collect them?
I love a good nemesis.
I know. Tango always has to have one.
But it's only mild because he's not important. But I mean, he's a guard, right?
He's important at Tango.
Oh yeah.
They are going to do some office pranks on each other in the form of really terrible wartime things.
But he's also going to go to your house.
My fake house. It was a fake address.
Yep. So let's
now I can only see that guy as Dwight Schrute.
Yes.
That's
no, I don't. That guy is Dwight Schrute. I'm Jim.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like
it's gonna be. Oh yeah.
And every time he's gonna have a stapler and Jello. Like that's just the way it's gonna work out.
And then let us take this.
I could not see the end of that. I'm sorry, I could not see. I don't know if you saw in chat. I could not see the end of that. Wherever he was like right close to his face, all I could see was Tango leaning in and just like kissing him very slightly, and then leaning back, and then the fake mustache is stuck to the and then he's like, and then he turns and leaves real quick.
Perfect. Or just a boot.
That's
just
all
like,
I wanted.
He's like, oh, you know what then? Boop.
This fellow's.
I wish I would have booped him. I wish I would have booped him. They would have punched me. Would have been worth it.
Yeah. Let's slide over to Regina. I believe she had some work she needed to do here in this early November moment. I think she wanted to have a conversation with someone.
Did the radio broadcast go out?
Would you roll your electronics for me?
No, dog, that's my lamp. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Mute.
It's fine.
Love it. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness. Okay, I rolled great. I rolled pretty great. This is important and needs to get out. I will easily spend a fate point on this. Look, I will spend a personal fate point on this to get this radio broadcast out.
Aspect?
Well, Regina's been trained for that.
That is fair. Yes.
That's her aspect. She's been trained for this.
And you get, of course, a message back which has to be decoded. It is not in response to what you said because these things are asynchronous, but you'll have a message back to decode.
Sure.
And
then
yes.
I go back to the bunker.
Yeah.
Where I imagine by now Regina has started developing all the pictures from London, and in this bunker she's kind of hung them up in the dark corner where she has kind of a makeshift dark room, like all in a line. And I'm gonna hope Hannah is there, or do I have to go find her?
Oh, she's around because she's hanging out either in the mines themselves or back and forth.
Okay, cool.
She's certainly around.
Okay, yeah. Regina will go get Hannah.
And you probably see her in the mines, right? In her makeshift infirmary. And she's probably down there in a lab coat or in her doctor's coat. And there's probably like a family. She's probably got a couple of people down there that she's sort of working on treating, people who are like sort of ill from malnutrition. And she's like, trying to work with them, sort of like a small sort of group of people there. And when she sees you, she smiles and nods, and she says, I will meet you in a few, because she does not want these people to know where you all are, so she wants to sort of get them out of the area. And when she finishes up, she will go and sort of like escort these people out. There's like another exit that will take them to a different space. And then after she comes, then she sort of, it's like maybe like 20 minutes, and she finally comes back and she goes, so it has been very busy. Come, have a seat.
That's never good news.
Oh. And she sort of sits down on one of the cots and leans up against the wall, and she pulls out a cigarette. And she smokes it.
No, I'm sorry. You have to stand for this.
Oh, right?
And she says, and I will join you. And she pulls out a smoke as well. She kind of pulls her over to like where all this is and slides this makeshift curtain on a line back that's probably like strung barrel to barrel or something, and kind of reveals the like just rows and rows and rows of these photos that she took while she was in London. And I imagine it is a lot of photos of the destruction of London. It has been bombed already quite a lot.
They're rebuilding, but
and of course it's nothing like it is by the end of the war, but it is like a harbinger of what is to come. And Regina wants her to see that to start anyways.
I'm sorry your trip to London was not better.
It was wonderful, in fact. In many different ways.
Well, again, congratulations on being in uniform. That's
It is unexpected and exciting.
You are so, you deserve it. And what is this rank?
Thank you.
What does it mean? Are you
it doesn't actually
general or
it
something?
Doesn't mean anything really.
Well, I've seen how you take care of people, and I think you'll be excellent as a leader.
Well, I guess we will find out. And Regina kind of points, I think as the pictures kind of go down, they stop being about the destruction and they start becoming pictures of this like little corner shop that in the midst of all the destruction is still like standing. This little beacon of like a glass storefront. You know, maybe the glass is smashed out with all the bombing from around it, but the structure is there. Like it is not gone. And next to it, I mean, it's a big pan shot to it. Yeah. Next to it is Doris.
And she sort of looks at the photograph. She goes, oh, what is this place?
Well, it is nothing now. A shell. What it could be, though.
All right. What would it be?
A gallery for photography. Maybe one day. But, this photo is actually not about the...
Well, wait a minute. A gallery? I think that's a good idea. You are an amazing artist.
The photo is not about the gallery.
All right.
This photo is about that woman there.
All right.
Her name is Doris. She is the operator at the other end of the radio in London.
Oh, yes. You spoke to me once. Spoke to me of her once.
She is
No, many times, but work.
She's very special to me. And I made her a promise while I was in London.
What sort of promise?
I asked her to hold on to my mother's wedding ring. Until this is all done.
Oh. The galleries. Right. What's this? Oh. Oh.
It didn't feel right not to tell you. And I didn't want anybody else to do it, considering the fact everything else in my life seems to be on broad display.
Congratulations. I'm very happy for you.
Don't lie to me. You don't have to lie to me.
What should I say?
You don't have to say anything. I'm sorry. I am.
I thought all this time that you weren't ready for a relationship, but I was wrong. You were not ready for a relationship with me. I am happy for you. You deserve to be happy, and so.
May I tell you something?
Of course.
The woman in the box.
The one who broke your heart?
She's hunting me. It sounds so stupid when I tell you like that. She's looking for me.
In what way?
In all the worst ways.
Well, she cannot find you.
Here's to hoping.
What does she want with you?
It doesn't matter. She ruins everything within her grasp.
Well, not everything.
London is so far away from all of that.
Are you leaving?
No.
I mean, eventually you will, of course. Of course.
I don't know what I will do.
Huh.
But I have to hope for something. And the fact of the matter is, you're incessant and somewhat cute.
That's not fair.
Need to be in the middle of this, which I completely honor. And since I can't keep you safe, it cannot be you. I can't lose you.
You don't
Doris,
get to say these things to me.
But I am. I just want to be honest. Would you rather Sylvie have told you? Or Tango?
No.
Or Oscar?
What I'm saying is that you cannot tell me that you're going to marry some other woman and then say that you cannot lose me. That is not fair.
Yes, it is. Because you're not...
I understand who I am to you. It's all right. This has happened before. I am the fool in this moment, and it was my fault, so do not worry. I will not cause trouble for you.
You have never caused me any trouble. In fact, my incessant rambling, what I'm trying to say, is the exact opposite. You have helped me in so many ways. I would not have been able to even share this space without you. You are my best friend. And I am sorry that, for whatever reason, that is a bad place to be.
No. It is not a bad place to be your best friend.
Clearly it is. And it has broke your heart, and I apologize. I never wanted to lead you on.
I imagine it was all in my mind, and for that I apologize. So, I will, I am happy for you, and I am happy to be your best friend. So,
Tango, he outed me to his mother and in front of all the SOE.
What? Are you all right? Are you safe?
Oh, yes. It was all right, I think. He has a charming way about him, that's for sure. But
how can you do this?
There was a lot that happened in London. That being said, I was... I guess it was a part of me that really wants to share that joy with you. Who I was. There.
With her?
No. Away from all of this. I have to go. And she kind of pulls the last 3 photos off of the line, which are very, very different than the London photos. I have to make a delivery.
Well, thank you for always being honest, and I know that you will have the best life in London, and listen to me.
I'm moving to London.
You will? For that gallery? And
no, I have to go back to Germany. At least for a period of time.
Listen,
some things I have to tie up.
I just want you to know that she did not wreck you, this woman.
We shall see.
No, I know. You have been hurt. You may feel broken, but you are a woman who is strong and who survives and who cares deeply about others. And she has never She has never broken you.
She's terrifying. If you see her, please don't speak to her.
No.
She's poison.
You'll have to, I might need a few days.
I understand. I have more news, which seems almost ironic now. Since my ex has resurfaced, some additional information has as well. I am not quite as unwanted in Germany as I thought. In fact, it is believed that I have been on an extended honeymoon with my husband.
You're not married.
Yes, about that. Everybody believes I am. I guess you could say my father tied up some loose ends on my departure from the country. This has left a kink in my original cover. So as of tomorrow, at 0800, I go back to being Regina Kraus. And Regina Kraus is married to a man who is transferring to Paris.
Oh.
He is part of German propaganda.
Oh. So...
I imagine that we will be... I guess what I'm saying is I will be spending less time here, so you'll have as much space as you need.
No, I will be staying here, I think, in the infirmary for a while. I don't need to be in your hair.
It's far too cold this far down, and you know that.
We all do our work in our own ways.
I guess what I'm saying is I won't be there anyways. So if you find yourself in need of company, the bunker is full.
It is also your home.
No, it is our home. All of our home.
I will, thank you for being honest, and please know you have done nothing wrong.
Yes.
I hope you know that.
Then why does it hurt so much?
I don't know.
answer that question. You know where to find me if you need something.
Of course.
And Regina leaves.
And Hannah waits for you to go, and then she sits back down on the cot, and she cries a bit until she has to find another patient, and puts on her face again. And I believe the one last thing that has to happen is someone has to tell Collette.
Collette. That's Regina's plan. She's going to take the last 3 photos she grabbed were the ones of Calvé and the Arctic wolf that she took, the very first picture she took with her pen, right before Tango killed the Arctic wolf in the middle of that square.
Mm-hmm.
Right before that, which is good photos and good proof. So Regina is going to suck it up. She gets outside. Maybe she punches a trash can or kicks one. Who knows? And she... Oh, yeah, she's got to go. Does she know where Collette resides now?
She lives in that hotel with all the military intelligence.
Okay, well. I guess that's where she's going.
The place where you killed Falca.
God damn it.
Mm-hmm. Although you were in disguise.
That's true. Do I have, I guess my question is, do we have a reason to be able to go in and say the front door? Like, would it be okay for me to walk in and say, hey, I'm asking for Collette, and it would be okay for me to be there? If not, then I'm going to have to go undercover, which is not in the plan.
People are going to ask who you are, what you want. They're going to interrogate you. Of course.
And she's kept us pretty much off the record, hasn't she?
She has. But there is like a cafe there. There's a restaurant that collaborators go to. Their guests.
Oh, really? That I could just go sit and see if she passes through or something?
They're still going to ask you questions. But yeah, and you could maybe like ask a waiter or something to get her. But that would put you in her space.
Yeah, I need to figure out how to get contact to her. I feel like we haven't set anything up that's like official.
No, because she would meet you at Bricktops. And then the badness happened. But you maybe could go around the old Bricktops and see if there's anything there for you.
Oh, if she left something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gotta go around the old Bricktops. I don't like that idea.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Regina tucks up her hair, pops her collar, like tightens her jacket, tries to hide as much as possible. She technically has her new papers.
Do you want to go alone?
For sure.
Just asking.
Yeah, I just need, like, no. I can't believe we haven't set up contact with this woman before.
Because she always met you at the bar.
I bet, yeah. No, I can't go to Bricktops. All right, Regina knows that she resides in this hotel.
Mm-hmm.
How easy is it for Regina to get her hands on, say, a house cleaning or like a cleaning person for the building? What if Regina snuck in and looked for her? Because they gotta have she was the secretary of Falca.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine now she's got they gotta have a directory or something.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you have to get in there. And this is military intelligence's headquarters. But it's also a massive luxury hotel.
Yeah, but if I go in as cleaning.
Mm-hmm. How's your deception?
Pretty high. It'd be really nice to actually get to use my deception and not my rapport.
Do it.
And I want to think.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Note that I have a stunt. I'm just going to say this.
Mm-hmm.
It's called I have a bad feeling about this.
Mm-hmm.
So my instincts have become highly attuned to danger over the years. I had a +2 to awareness when attempting to defend against surveillance or ambush.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody, and then, no, you know what? I have my good German still on. If I pose as a good German going in here, I actually would have a higher chance of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to just roll it and we'll see how it goes.
The Hotel Lutetia. It is
3.
It is a beautiful, gorgeous, top of the line, one of the most luxurious hotels on the other side of the Seine. And you arrive, rolling a 3.
Yeah.
Is that with or without your stunt?
I did not add the stunt for that because I don't think it actually applied to the
Unless you're being a good German.
Use deceive instead of rapport. So that one actually doesn't apply. I would just have the advantage if it wanted to. Yeah.
So you walk in there. How are you presenting yourself?
I don't have one of their uniforms, do I?
No.
No, and definitely a woman wouldn't be in uniform. So I would have to be in one of the cleaning lady uniforms, probably.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But then you wouldn't be a good German, right? So you just be
true.
Yeah.
But I'm not getting any benefit to being a good German right now. So it doesn't really matter. it's not going to benefit me in any way to be a good German at this point. So I'm going to probably not be. Whew.
I will spend one of my fate points because I feel like I should. When you're coming in, of course, the directory, that people want to know what you're doing. They want to see your papers, see what you're about. I'll just spend...
cleaning lady. How about this? I'm gonna also spend my final. No, they're only winning by 1, right? Okay. Okay.
And they are. It's high security on the building, and so that's what the aspect is that I'm using to bring me up to a 4 versus your 3.
Regina knows that she's going to want to know this, and this plan only works if she treats this like this is time sensitive. So even if they like, what? So I'll take 1. I'm losing by 1.
That is it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do anything about that. So that's like what, a mild consequence?
So either you can spend a fate point and succeed, or you can succeed at a major cost.
What would be the major cost here?
Well, the major cost would be that you would be able to... Let me just make sure we're all in the right space. Greg's there. Oh, Stiver. Let me put you here. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. The puppy did some things and
no
took
worries.
me offline for a second.
Puppy. You'll be able to get the information out, but they will ID you on your way out and give chase.
ID me as Regina?
They will figure out that you are not who you say you are, and they will try to capture you.
Even if I'm going to find her directly, don't you think she can help me?
On your way out. So you'll be able to get in and get the information, but your way out will be compromised.
Why would that be? If I am going in to see her and I drop information, wouldn't she be sure that I get out of the building safely?
Well, that's if you don't want the major consequence. That's the major consequence. The major consequence is that you'll be made on the way out. Or you could just spend a fate point and up it. But you'll get the information to her, which is what you wanted. Your goal is to get her the information.
It's not. No, my goal is to speak with her.
Yeah, you'll be able to do that.
Okay, but if I speak with her, is she gonna let them like hassle Regina on the way out?
Well, you're gonna have to leave the building, right? And on your way out, someone will make you. She's not gonna escort you out of the building.
What difference does it make? I work for military intelligence. What makes a difference if they make me?
Some people will make you in a hostile way.
May I ask? I don't understand why they would be hostile to me. I work for military intelligence, and I'm bringing top secret information.
Do they know that you work for military intelligence? They do not. And you're a wanted person of interest at the moment.
So you're saying my cover is blown. That's the problem. Is they're going to see me as Regina Berger. Okay, well that's very different. That's very different.
There'll be somebody who recognizes you as Regina Berger and will want to capture you.
All right, fine. Have your fate point.
But you otherwise you can't.
Have your fate point. There it is.
All right,
There's
right.
4. I beat them.
All right. Okay.
Doesn't matter. Regina like takes her stuff and pushes her cart through.
And as you make this hotel is massive. It's gorgeous. And as you're walking through up, there are so many cleaning people, and there is a maitre d'. There's like an entire staff of people that work at this hotel. And they are like, this is like and there's like a fancy restaurant where people are eating lobster and champagne, and there are people laughing in uniform. And this place is just like this massive thing. And it's all full of Germans, and also some French people who look very, very rich. You might see Coco Chanel is probably there actually having lunch with somebody very important. So like the cream of the crop, the richest, most influential Parisians are here at this hotel having a beautiful lunch with important people in uniform laughing, having everything you can imagine while outside it is snowing and people are starving. And you sort of move your way up to one of the top floors where you know the secretary should be for the new head of military intelligence. And as you, like, nobody really stops you. As you make your way in, people sort of ask you for your paperwork. They sort of check your badge here and there, but nothing really, nobody sort of noticed anything. You notice that one cleaning woman that saw you when you went to kill Falke. You notice her, but she doesn't notice you. As you walk by her, she just doesn't notice you because you spent a fate point and did not take a major consequence. That woman did not notice you as she sort of walks by, and you sort of head into this office. And in the sort of the anteroom, there's a sort of office before you get to the new head's space. There in front of, at her desk, looking very, very official, is the woman that you know as Collette. And she is giving orders to someone who looks to be a person who works there, but not in uniform, but like one of the, like maybe like a head cleaning person, like some kind of French civilian, which she's giving orders to this person about supplies and about making sure. It's very clear that she is, and she sees you, but she doesn't acknowledge you. She just sort of like continues talking. And it's all about things like making sure that the hotel is being run properly, and that everything that, like, who needs what, these things to be added here. Like it's very clear that she is now that she is basically running all the logistics for this entire place, right? Like she knows what kind of supplies there are, what's not there, what is there, who needs to come in, who needs to come out, when things are coming, there's gonna be a party here. And she makes this big rundown about all the things that need to happen. And this person is taking a lot of notes, nods, and then walks off, leaving you two alone. And once the door shuts, she just puts her head, her hand to her fingers, and she gets up, she walks over to the office, and she knocks quietly. And you hear a man go, "What is it?" She opens the door and she puts her head in, and she says, "Pardon me, I'm going to be stepping out for a brief moment. Things to be taken care of. I'll be back." And he goes, You hear this person go, And she shuts the door and she sort of gestures with you. And she says, "Come with me. There's a mess." And she opens the door and she takes you down the hallway and she pulls out a set of keys. She has like this fairly large sort of key ring. And she opens up a door to one of these many hotel rooms. And she opens the door and she sort of gestures for you to come in.
I do, with the cart.
And she shuts the door, and it's a hotel room that's been sort of transformed into an office, but it's empty at this point. And she looks to you expectantly.
Regina reaches deep into this trash bin or laundry or whatever the cart is she's been pulling and pulls out a folder. And she hands it over and she says, "Those are pictures of Calvé and the Arctic Fox, the day that she was murdered. Actually, in fact, not but minutes before she was."
She takes this and she sort of tucks it in her arm.
"That is not the most important part. First, you need better security. Second, I just waltzed in here. Second, our contact in Gestapo has fed us vital information. Hassel is out. They were replacing him. His office currently stands empty.
Yes, I know.
In his desk drawer is something you don't know. Falk is missing files. At least some of them. Our man worked for Hassel. He has been outed on public radio. We have put him under a new identity. The fact of the matter is, I can't tell you who that is now.
Oscar Müller.
Oscar Müller is dead.
Well, that's the only Gestapo I know who's been outed on the radio recently.
Dead.
Yet he gave you the information of these files?
Like I said, he's part of my team.
He will be in great trouble.
Like I said, new cover. I don't want you worried about Oscar. I don't want you worried about us at all. You asked us who I thought killed Falco. From what I can tell, Hassel was involved in some way. Whether he sent Calvé to do it, I don't know. But Calvé was close with Hassel. I believe he was working for SS.
Really? And you say he has Falco's secret file?
My intel is that he has part of Falco's files inside a desk drawer in his office, which is currently sitting empty. But not for long.
Where will we be meeting with you? And I'm sorry about Sylvie.
Yes. We are adapting.
Where will we be making our meetings in the future?
Well, considering the fact that this is your little operation, I suspected you had somewhere you would want to meet.
Well, I don't know what your new circumstances are.
Not as public as they were. At least for a while. We really need to lay low. And I'm trying to provide you with what I have.
Yes. And she pulls out a small little steno pad and she makes a little note. And she folds it and she hands it to you. She says, there's a dead drop there. I will leave a note when I find a better place to meet.
Fantastic. I'll check it regularly.
It will be a moment because it's difficult.
Then I'll give it a few days.
Yes, and I'll have business to take care of before then.
I imagined you would. Like I said, my apologies on barging in on your day-to-day activities.
Oh, so you came in through as a cleaning staff. I'll make sure to plug those holes. I know much of the staff. I trust you can make your way out. Is there anything else that you can give me?
Would you like the uniform back?
No. We'll be changing them.
Well, it sure would help me get out of the building. So, until our dead drop. And Regina, turns around and, she's memorized the location. She's a piece of paper.
Whenever you can, I will look at this information and see what I can do. And then afterwards, I will need your continued help rooting out the resistance.
Like I said, we need to lay low for a while. So...
Understandable.
Give us a little space.
There's time. And then she opens the door and she says, well, and make sure you also get to see the rooms on the 5th floor. And also, make sure you tell the girls to be a little bit more efficient this time. As she walks towards...
yes, ma'am.
Walks with you towards back the office of the new head. And she nods as she goes into her office and resumes her secretarial duties.
Regina, cuts down. I'm guessing there's, a back stairwell or something that's
Yes.
like a fire escape stairwell. Leave the cart, hit the stairwell, get out of the building.
And with all of that, Tango, you wanted to talk to Sigmund.
Hit me with your best shot. Yes, I want to talk to Sigmund.
You can find him at the pub he likes to drink at.
Okay.
There's a bar. He likes to drink there all the time.
No. And I'm sure we've had some nights there. So what I'd like to do is, as he's drinking, I'm just going to sit down next to him and just put my fake mustache, rip it off, put it right next to him.
You, my friend, you are a vaunted man.
Oh, no. That guy was a wanted man. You know how we work.
So what happens with your bar? It's a bit difficult, sir, right?
I haven't gotten the whole story yet. I haven't really sat down and really talked to everyone involved to figure out exactly. It's just one of those things that's so something that's just so frustrating. You just move on. You just say, you know what, it's happening and that's fine, and we're just going to move on.
Can I just interrupt you for a moment?
What?
I have a deal for you.
Okay. I also had a favor to ask of you. So.
Your favor first?
No, your deal first.
No, your favor first. Go ahead.
It was so rude of me.
No, go ahead.
Mustache down and also I'm a wanted man. And
how is your girl? We talk about it.
Don't ask that. No.
Also, where are you living? You have no apartment. No, so tell me what's the favor?
Oh no! You know what? You know what's really bad? I have been so selfish, and I've been causing a lot of pain recently by being this selfish. Are you seeing anyone right now? I never ask you how you're doing, and if you're seeing anyone, or if you're, are you okay? How's life?
How about I tell you about the deal?
Fine.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, you're the closest thing to a guy friend I have,
I understand.
And we have a history. You were there for the whole thing back in Florida.
You have bad taste in women sometimes.
But she was something, huh?
Look,
all right.
Listen, I have an opportunity. There is something coming into Paris soon.
Is it more Nazis? I bet it's more Nazis.
No.
Let me write it down. I want to write down my answer right here. Don't tell me. Okay, I want to show you my answer. And it says more Nazis.
No, the answer is heroin. More heroin.
Oh.
A lot of heroin. I have been doing
heroin.
I have been doing my job of just paying attention a little bit to when interesting things will be coming in and out. And some of our friends, not our friends, very much not our friends, have a large shipment of heroin coming in from Marseille, worth a lot of money. And if perhaps this heroin did not come to them, but came to us, that could be very useful. Huh? It could make...
drugs are stable money, aren't they?
Yes. And now the danger is that we would piss off some very dangerous people who would not like the drugs missing.
That's Tuesday for me.
But it would also make a blow to them a little bit. We'd have to be careful about moving the business, but it's an opportunity.
This is big. It might be too big for our britches just this moment.
When have we been worried about too big for our britches? Look, I feel like we do the same thing we always do. Perhaps we pretend to be someone else. We make some kind of mix them up, this is
Well, obviously, if you're the brainchild behind this, it's not going to work. So you would need me for it. Yeah. So look,
We're talking a lot of money.
I get we're talking a lot of money, but we're also dealing in heroin. And with heroin comes, you know what this comes with. It's not just the fact that I don't like heroin and the hard drugs. You know what I mean? It's not just that. You know my moral stance on this. I don't like the hard drugs. But also, on top of that, a lot of very well-armed, very rich people are also involved when heroin is involved.
That's right.
Okay.
But look,
We are, by the way, this bar's piece of shit, and you're ordering cheap booze. We are not rich people who, by the way, are well armed. Okay, I'm sorry. I was getting passionate. It's not, it's just, I'm overwhelmed. There's a lot going on.
All I'm saying is if we do this, we can give some of the heroin to some of the other families that are not aligned with us. Look, there's a bit of a tension, right? Between the crime families that are friends with the Nazis and those that are not.
Have you thought about your future outside the Nazis? Have you thought about that? Like when they lose?
Well, I'll just keep doing what I do.
Right.
I'm a survivor.
I just think you got to go ahead and plan your death.
I'm not dying.
No, you know what I mean?
Don't worry about me. Look,
your identity. I know, but look,
you worry about me too much. Listen.
I have only started worrying about you for like the last 5 months, and it's only because I've realized that you've been around my life, and you're only been one of the stable things.
Look, the point is, we still the heroin.
Are you coming to the? Did you get my invite to the baby shower?
No.
No. How did you not get it?
If there's a baby shower, I'll be there. I'll bring something illegal.
No,
champagne.
Not illegal. No, not illegal.
Champagne.
Oh yeah, bring that. I forget that's illegal. Okay.
Well, rationed. So look, we steal the money from
someone else,
from Mob A, and then we give parts of it to Mob B. We make friends with Mob B. We make Mob A look bad. If there's a problem, there's a fight between Mob A and Mob B, we're okay. We just have to make sure we're not identified. Look, this French connection is big, but I feel like if we can steal a truck, crate,
we steal a little bit of it, and we move
steal
around
a lot
the rest.
of it. No, we steal a lot of it, and so we give it to other mafia.
Yeah, the point is we steal a lot of it, but we plant it on other mobs, and then we steal a little bit, enough of it that we make a good enough profit that we're okay, and we're out of the game.
Pinches your cheek. See, this is what I'm saying. And then we get allies.
It's the old game. It's the old game we used to play back in Brooklyn.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Look.
Well, normally I was pretending to be like a German noble. That was fun. So, let's do it, huh?
All right. Don't never bring up the German noble thing. You know that was a Miami gig, and you know the Miami gig we never talk about.
But you have a truck. You have a driver. So I feel like you use your outfit. We come together. We make this thing. We steal the heroin.
Heroin. What has my life come to?
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what. We steal heroin once and only once.
Once from now, huh? There's a lot
because once I'm done. It's the way these movies work, right?
Then I pull you back in, and then we do the dance, and then
we do the dance. Yeah. Look, how about this? Can you get me? Here's something new.
All right.
You need to give me 24 hours to think about it.
Okay, but say yes, and get your group to say yes. Do you need something? I know
that's
you're
the 24 hours.
Yeah.
But 24 hours. The 24 hours is making sure morally I'm okay here, and then I'm not gonna piss off my lady, and then she's gonna punch me in the face hard enough that I lose my memory, and then I'd forget about you. You know what I mean?
Okay, but you need a favor from me. Do you need a place to live? Do you need an apartment? What do you need?
Oh, none of that. No.
Where are you living?
I can't tell you, and I know we're friends. I just can't tell you. You know the gig.
Go on.
Where are you living? I mean, you never tell me where you're living. Jesus.
I'm a soldier. I live in housing. It's one of the hotels.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's pretty easy. I'm sorry. That was really easy. No, look. And he's gonna look around, and I'm gonna do it again. I'm trying it one more time. This time I think it's going to work. But I need your help.
Okay. We're partners. We're going to make it crime family together. Of course you have my help. What is it?
I'm going to need a ring.
Oh. Oh, easy. No problem. You want it tomorrow?
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll just go to their house. I'll get it for you. I'll make it nice. I have a lot of things to choose from.
Hold on. I think there's a dog in this bar.
Oh, probably German Shepherd.
Oh, right. No, I just get nervous around dogs.
Don't worry. I'll get you one of the nicest rings. I'm in charge of supply. Don't worry.
No, yeah, I just need it real nice, you know?
So, are you going
Like,
to marry me?
What?
Are you marrying me? Are you proposing?
No, I'm not proposing to you.
Well,
That German Shepherd is just very loud right now. It's just right there. Like, it's just right there. No, I'm not proposing to you. You know who I'm proposing to. I
can't believe this. For all the time we've been together, friends and everything. Don't worry, I'll get you a ring.
Well, I mean, yeah, we've been friends a long time, but that's like you've been friend zoned the entire time.
You have friend zoned me. Yes,
yeah,
terrible.
And also you never showed interest. Let's be honest. You never showed interest.
There was that time we danced.
Yeah, it was a sexy dance. You didn't even compliment me after that. Not once.
That's because you then embarrassed me by making me do the singing, and then I couldn't sing well, and then, you know. Anyway.
Well, that was because, well, you don't sing well, and it was really funny that you sang really bad in front of people.
This is how the banter goes. The sexual tension banter. It's how it goes.
No, there's no sexual tension.
That's fine.
Because you're in a friend zone.
Right.
That's why there's no tension.
Whatever you want to tell yourself in this evening to make yourself sleep night.
My point is, you know what happened last time, so I have PTSD. Okay? Like, I
know. Don't worry. I'll get you a good ring. It will not be cursed or anything like this. And that woman.
I don't want it cursed. I don't want it cursed. I don't need another episode. Okay?
And I'm sure she will not. I'm sure this woman, this Sylvia woman, will not shoot you like the last woman did. It's okay.
Oh. Yeah.
You're not so mad at me, right? For leaving?
Am I mad at you for leaving me after the last girl I was about to marry shot me in the back and you left me?
You didn't show up for the plane. Jackson and I had to go.
Well, I mean, if you could say, like, if I carry the one, if this is an equation, if I was mad at you, do I harbor some little ill will towards who I thought was a friend and also a confidant?
If you're late.
Oh, I'm sorry, tardiness. I was also bleeding to death.
Well, I didn't know that it's time. Get my friend here a beer.
Oh, a beer is not going to help the fact that I was bleeding to death. And where were you?
I was at the airport.
You could have thought, oh, is Tango late? Tell me this. Is Tango ever late in his entire life?
There were three of you. There were all three of you who did not show up at the time?
Well.
So, I thought all three of you were perhaps, and if I remember correctly, you didn't show up with any of the money. So, I feel like you should also, I'm not mad at you. You did that. You screwed me out of money. So,
kind of took the money after she shot me.
Well, so it's all a wash.
And also left me, for everything. So,
but slaps your face.
I will take that drink. I'll take that drink, and I can't have too many. I got to get back.
Well, you can have a little bit.
Also, Sylvie's got some cravings. So there's like really random shit she needs now, and I got to it's like bread, but also some mints, and then like a really odd flavored coffee that is just, I don't know if I can get it this hour, but I got to get it. I mean, if I don't get it, she will be real upset. And I mean, super upset.
Will she shoot you?
I think, but this time she won't leave me when she shoots me. I think she'll just sit around me and just help me and nurse me back. Like, I don't think, like the last woman left me, like straight up left me.
And also framed you for murder.
Yeah. But can you do this for me? I know I put out, like, it was a real small amount. Can you I moved on from that last one. Can you take off any of the searches or feelers, or the.
So you don't want me to find her anymore?
No.
Huh? All right. Because I did find her, but if you don't want to know where she is, it's all right.
And that's when he's just going to look straight, and he's just going to have like the drink in his face, just like this. He's going to go.
And meanwhile, our last scene before our time skip.
And we're done. Yeah.
Sylvie,
time skip after that.
You're in the bunker, nay?
She's trying. She is really trying. She's really trying to lay low. Really trying to lay low. She is. She's putting in an effort, a good concerted effort.
You have to have your checkup.
Oh yeah. I guess she would probably do that. Yeah. I mean, people do that around this point in time. I'm led to understand that from people who experience baby having.
So you have to go down to the mines. Where it's cold. Right? It's cold. And down there in the mines, you've gone to go and see Hannah, who's got her coat on, her, doctor's coat. It's like, I'm glad to see you are not late.
I never show up late for my performances.
Oh, you're using the other voice.
Well, Sylvie is dead after all, so.
As well.
Would you, I'm sorry, would you prefer this? Would this make you more comfortable?
Whatever voice you want to use. How are you feeling physically?
Everything's fine, I suppose.
Good. How is your nausea? How is that?
I mean, it's hard to get nauseous when you haven't really had too much to eat, I guess.
Yes, well, hopefully
everybody's been giving me food, so that's been nice. I notice when they're doing it, so that's lovely.
All right. Is everything going well with you?
I mean, as well as I suppose. What's going on with you?
So,
So Sylvie's gonna. I'm sure she's like doing something with her hands. Sylvie's gonna just like put her hands on both on top of both of Hannah's hands and wrists and be like, and just like stop her movements and such. Oh.
Let me check. She picks up her stethoscope again. I just to put in a. And then she sort of puts the stethoscope against her chest.
She reaches over and like pops one of the ear pieces out of Hannah's ear. Don't ignore me.
I'm your doctor.
And I am your patient, and as your patient, you have to listen to what I say. And she pops the other one out and then like puts it over and puts the stethoscope in both of her ears and then takes the little piece and then like talks into the, I don't know, the little thing. And she's like, what I'm asking is, taps on it.
That will hurt your ears.
What is, Hannah, what is going on? And then she holds up the little ear, the little listen piece to Hannah's mouth.
Always the same.
You know that I can be incredibly difficult when I want to.
And she just takes the stethoscope back. You're gonna need a rapport roll if you want to get info out of this woman.
Oh, I'm about to make a rapport roll.
Because she clearly is.
Oh, come on, man!
Not super excited about talking.
Tonight, killing me.
About her feelings at this moment.
I got a fair.
She got a mediocre.
Oh, hey!
Go
All
on.
right, you know what? She's in a way. She's in a way, and fair is still better.
Sylvie, let me just do my job and make sure you're
I will
healthy.
let you do your job when you tell me what is going on. I would feel much more comfortable with you, my dear, as my physician, if I knew that you were completely focused, if your feelings were feeling on top of their, everything that's going on. Come on, we go way back.
How is Tango?
He's doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
And Regina?
How is she doing?
That's what I'm asking you.
How would I know?
I see. So, you both talked?
We did.
And?
It's always the same old story.
Yeah?
Just like with us, I think.
Oh?
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Well, one day, I suppose.
Hannah, you never wanted to marry me.
You were never interested.
I wasn't interested in a lot of things, I suppose.
No. But you're never very serious. Never very serious.
War brings that out in people, I guess.
It was not the
Not
war
a-
at the time.
No, being serious. It's not a lot of room to be much else, I guess.
Well,
When you have it all taken away, what else is there?
never me.
Hannah, look at you, though.
Yes.
You're respectable.
Well,
What do you remember
about what?
from our relationship when we were together?
Oh, well, you were always hard to pin down. A butterfly. Or a candle, perhaps, burning brightly. Everyone looking at you. You seeing everyone but no one.
And what is it about you that likes that sort of thing?
Clearly, I've got to fix all of my problems.
No, you've got to fix everyone else's problems so you don't have to look at your own problems.
Oh, I look at my problems indeed.
Hmm.
Well,
That's why you try and find those broken people, huh?
I just don't think everyone is as broken as they think they are. At least they think they can get better. That's all.
They can, but you are a healer. You are a doctor, someone who patches up the wounded. And here you are trying to patch up people's hearts and souls and
Oh, now you're doing that voice again.
You always liked it.
I did. You will, be... You will be kind to Regina, won't you?
Do you think I'm unkind?
She's been so in love with you for so long. I think it hurts her.
How far back do we go, Hannah?
Years. Important years as well. It can't be easy for her to see you with Tango. So, be kind.
She, just like you, y'all deserve something stable. Y'all deserve something you can, rely on.
You seem very reliable at the moment.
Are you kidding me? You even point out I can't even decide which voice I want to use every other moment. I don't even know what I'm gonna sound like from
Sylvie,
1 second to the next.
Sylvie. She takes your hands. You have grown so much in this time. Look at you. You're going to be a mother and you are resilient.
Are you telling me motherhood brings growth and maturity? Because
I don't know about that, but I just think perhaps it is. I don't know. But look, all I'm saying is just be kind to her, and that's all.
Well, you didn't answer my question.
Well, what question was that?
Do you think that I'm unkind?
Sometimes. I don't think you do it on purpose. But sometimes you don't. You are very empathetic, but sometimes you don't pay attention. I don't know if you don't pay attention because you don't want to, or because you're thinking about other things. But you have broken many a heart, Sylvie Moreau.
I know. And Sylvie's going to lean over toward Hannah. Hannah, my dear, I am unkind. I'm extremely unkind. And that is why it is best for you, for Regina, to set your hearts elsewhere. Because I am incapable of not being unkind.
I don't believe that.
Well, I'm afraid it's not my power to change your beliefs. I suppose we should continue the examination, however.
Of course. And just so you know, as she goes, breathe in deeply.
Sylvie's going to do that and like take a deep drag on the cigarette at the same time.
You should only smoke toasted cigarettes. They're healthier for the baby. But
you said I could smoke anything I wanted to as long as I wasn't doing cocaine anymore. Come on.
You can't do that either. Listen.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. I don't even know.
Only one glass of wine a day?
This child is already making all the decisions in my life.
Sylvie.
This is terrible.
Sylvie.
This child is not my manager.
I did give my heart to someone else. You need to eat more vegetables.
But unless you gave your heart to someone named you need to eat more vegetables, I hope you continue that sentiment.
Well, I think you'll be fine.
You need to learn to speak about these things to someone other than yourself in your head and to the person that you are giving your heart to. It would be good for you.
Would it?
Yes, that's my professional opinion.
Professional what?
Professional, goddess of the stage. Jazz is a very soul healing endeavor. And as I look upon you, I can tell that your soul needs a little bit of healing.
Sylvie, what's going on between you and Oscar?
Going on?
Well,
according to the radio, we were lovers and we both died in an explosion. Oh, tragedy.
Be kind to Tango as well.
Tango can handle himself.
Oh.
Well, yeah. I think they both sigh in unison.
Just sometimes you get bored with people and you throw them away. So, maybe don't.
See, and that is where you are mistaken, my dear doctor. I make a graceful exit before people get bored with me.
Sometimes the exit is not as graceful as you think.
Well, it doesn't matter if I'm wearing a nice dress.
Well, you'll need new outfits. You're beginning to show.
Oh my God, I didn't even think of that.
Ah, silly. All right, your exam is done. Go upstairs, but just be kind.
Oh. Well, listen. Listen. Hannah, listen, I know we've had a torrid relationship, friendship, other types of ships that sail in the night, maybe past each other, maybe back toward each other and past each other again. Anyway, I don't want to go into it, but listen, it's been years since then, and people change from the 20s to the 30s. You know how it is.
Yes.
These are different times than they used to be.
And I believe in you.
Well, for what it's worth, I believe in you too. You know, don't let all this, she gestures at the room, your new office, the clientele, your romantic situations, don't let that bring you down. You know, I mean, it's hard and things, they're looking pretty dark, you know. I mean, they're looking pretty dark for everybody, but it's still the city of light, you know.
It is.
She's gonna shine again.
It will. I might be in a little bit of trouble, though.
Right now? How come?
Someone wants my services.
Right now?
Soon.
Well, you can't go by yourself.
No. I don't know. I've never met the woman myself.
You've never met her.
No.
I don't like it. I mean, you know how hard it was. You know how hard it was with Dmitri, and you know how hard it was back then, and the Nazis weren't even here yet.
She is a Nazi.
Hannah, you can't.
I know.
Hannah, you can't.
I know. I only know the name. She's not arrived yet, but somehow I think she got my name through Coco Chanel, I think, but she's arriving and she needs something.
If she's a Nazi, you can't do this.
I'm afraid what happens if I don't?
We'll find someone else. We will find someone else. You are too close to this right now. Look at all of these other...
I would not do this here. I would go somewhere else, of course.
We will find someone. Listen, I'll ask Tango, and he knows all sorts of people who, like, reputable people. We'll find somebody reputable. Hannah will bring someone in. You can't do this.
I don't know what will happen if I say no.
I will tell you what'll happen if you say yes. Everybody else here in this city, every Jewish person, every poor person, every other person that you are helping right now will die. That is what will happen if you say yes.
Why?
Because this is dangerous. Hannah, you saw what happened with Jeanette when she came back. You saw what happened with me when I came back after one day. This is not...
Someone told my name, and this Nazi woman wants me as her doctor for a procedure, and I'm afraid to say no. I have a few weeks before she arrives. I don't know who she is.
What do you know?
I just know her name.
Well, what's her name?
Her last name is Jaeger. That's all I know.
Well, let me find out what I can. But this is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. When I was called to go to Berlin, you saw what happened. You saw what they did.
Sylvie
is dead because we answered the call. That's not going to be you, because you are actually doing good things, like actual good things, saving lives. And I will be damned if I'm going to have them take you because of this.
Well, if I don't do it, maybe they do take me. I don't know.
If you do it, they will take you either way. We will figure out a way. We will put you somewhere. We will change your name. We will give you an ID. We need to do that anyway. Besides, they'll never be able to find you down here. Maybe. We'll figure it out. I mean, you know how good Regina and Oscar are. We'll figure it out. And anyway, we have a few weeks. And we can figure it out before then. You have to listen. Despite what's happened, you trust me, though, right? You trust that. Let me figure this out in the next few weeks.
All right, but if this Nicoletta Jaeger needs something, then how could I not help? And with that, we're going to go and call it for the episode. So everybody, how you doing? I want to thank everybody who's been here for the end of the episode. We need a title for the episode. That's what we need. I thought I had something written down. Oh, the things that we fear was one. And I thought we would just go around and see how everybody's doing. Episode title was Argle Bargle Wagga What, but I don't know if that's a really great episode title.
It's on the wall.
It's on the wall.
On the idea wall.
We'll think about it.
We don't take anything down from the idea wall. No matter what.
Argle Bargle Wagga What? How's everyone doing? Let's thank you all for being here, all of you lovely people. Let's go around and see how everyone is. Let's have everybody say who they are, where we can find them, and give me one wish for the next episode, which is, by the way, our last episode before our duo episodes. We've got flowers for friends. So we have one more episode before our duo episode, and let's go around. Let's start with Stiver. Who are you? Where can we find you? And what is your one wish?
Hello, everybody. My name is James Stiver. Oh, these docile tones you can find out there in the world. So you can find me in the Twitter and Instagram space using I am Stiver. And I just want to go and do a shout out. Me and Fox, we both co-produce a stream that's happening every Monday. It is a Cyberpunk Red game. I want to say that again, Cyberpunk Red. That is what we support. It is the Red rule system. It is fun. We have a blast. I think we're almost halfway through the first season now. We're doing it a short, just two month long seasons. And yeah, we're almost done with the first month, and it has been hilarious. I just let you know, they encountered a themed gang that is a vampire themed gang, which is all the kind of vampires you can ever think of. And I asked everyone to give me some vampires, and someone actually said the Count from Sesame Street. So I actually had a Muppet. That. Who said that?
Me. I said.
Oh yeah, you said that.
So, I like the Count from the Muppet.
They literally murdered the Count from the Sesame Street, a the person who did some body modification to make themselves a Muppet.
Murdered is also a very strong word. I just want
to. It was pinned to the wall with an arrow. So you just do what you can with these things. Anyway, so it's a hoot. It's a hoot of a time. It's every Monday. Hoot hoot. And so anyway, so that's where you can find me. It's the only other thing I'm really doing outside of I'm doing some recording with Stellar Arcanum now. Which is a podcast I am a player in. So a wish for next.
I'm writing it down.
Next game.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say a wish for next game is that I do think that there's some. I want to say some. I think something needs to draw Tango back out of the clouds and understand that there's a war going on and he's out here just like trying to live his like not trying to worry about the war life. You know what I mean? Like he's just doing jobs. And I think my wish is that there needs to be something that makes sure Tango knows there's a war out there and to also jostle everybody else into that idea as well. Because otherwise you're just like reacting and not being proactive. So that's my wish. I think he's been just now he's not a leader. He's just kind of like taking orders from Regina, and he's not. I don't know. He's just whatever. It's like 9 to 5 now, and he's trying to make sure that his wife is okay, or his girlfriend is okay with a pregnant and. You know what I mean? Like he's trying to make friends, it's almost like he's just forcibly like he has the blinders on and he wants to grill with his bro and have his girlfriend there. You know what I mean? Like he wants to just like, nope, this is stable, normal life. I promise. And it's not. And
everyone just note that whatever happens, Stiver asked for it. Stiver wanted me to remind you all that the war's on. So whatever happens next session,
I didn't want that. I'm just saying that's right.
Request.
Because you could tell when he was going through the. I don't know if we're doing any. By the way, the love for someone else.
Yes, please. Also, I need the love. I need the love.
The love. So, Dot, you're an amazing role player, and it's hard.
Thanks, friend.
It's heartbreaking how heartbreaking you can be.
I try really hard.
I don't know if you I'm not gonna finish that. My point is I felt that heartbreak. So
Good.
the love is I love that moment because it was just so real. And it was just, I think we've all been there where someone's just like, yo, you're cool. Like, I love you, but I don't like love you. You know what I mean? Like, I love, there's love, but then there's, I need you, but also we can still be friends because, war, but, like there was a whole lot there, but it was more complicated than that. I'm trying to add some levity to it, but it was real complicated. Thanks, and it was not a great, it was not a fun, can't be fun to put yourself in that situation to do that. So you're an excellent, awesome, amazing role player. So thank you for that scene.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking of awesome role players.
I'm not done.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go on. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Forgive me.
Wait, I think he is done. His camera's frozen.
No, he's not frozen. He's not frozen. No, he's just muted.
I can't hear him.
He's just muted. He's not. Well, since you're muted, I'm just gonna go over to
Fox. I was muted in the same place.
Fox, who are you? Where can we find you? What is your wish for the next episode? By the way, we're going to do the time skip next episode. We're starting in December. Next episode, it's true. And then, what? Give some love. Give some love.
Yes. I am so glad. Thank you, Rissa, for posting my name because I missed the very first part of that. And I was like, I think that was to me. But
yeah.
I looked over chat. I was like, okay, yes, that was to me. Hello, everybody. I'm Rocket Fox, and yeah, you can find me about as was mentioned oh so recently. Holy Stiver and myself are working on with some other fantastic people as
April
well.
Raygun.
April Raygun and Adam Jones. We have
Jones.
Full cast. What?
Woo! Some of my favorite role players.
Mhm.
It has been a blast, but that is on Monday nights on my channel, Cyberpunk Sonata.
What time?
It is at, do you want to give the Eastern time? I feel like
it is 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. With Adam Jones, which friend of the family, the streaming family here. I think everyone here is streamed with him except for Greg. It's okay, Greg. No one's perfect. And
it's getting bored, Greg.
And April is a part of the Flipping the Table crew out in Flipping the Table streaming. So she's an Atlanta native, so that's why we brought her in. And
I'm the only Joker in Central Time.
She's the only person who's not in Atlanta, so
it's fine.
It's an Atlanta-based cyberpunk game. So,
but other than that, I'm on Thursday afternoons at 3 Eastern. I'm just going to start doing all my times in Eastern time because everybody else does. 3 p.m. Eastern. I'm over on Weave the Tales channel for Mora Ravenwood Academy, which is it is a collegiate Breakfast Club meets Harry Potter world style game. And last episode, my character took on a work study program with the school nurse in which she's going to help turn human organs into bees. So that's fun. That's my most exciting thing I've taken out of that. But aside from that, I stream on my own channel also Wednesday night and Thursday nights. And also I have a little podcast. It's called Fantastically Strange, and if you're interested in weird shit, it is for you. So, check that shit out. My wish is that, given everything that happened at the very end there, we have a couple weeks. Sylvie has a name. So my wish is that we are going to not just avoid this clearly set trap. Oh no, we will flip this trap on its head. We will make the trapper become the trappee, and we will somehow just invert the bear trap somehow and make this just a 7-layer bean dip of traps, and capture this terrible woman. So that is my wish for the future. And then I will punch her in her eye receptacles with knife fists. And that will be how that goes. And that's my wish.
Sure.
Yeah. And
some love?
Some love. No, Regina was absolutely amazing. So I'm not gonna go back because I don't want to cheat. I do have to say, this whole character that Tango created, the moving guy. Oh my lord. This guy. I also feel really bad for whoever lives in the apartment that is at this fake address, because someone lives there. Yeah. Like someone lives in this apartment, and this guy is going to roll up there and just like some people up. And they're going to be like, why? What happened? What did we do? Why? And somewhere in the distance, Tango is chuckling.
I don't, because that guy's going to get there and realize that I pranked him. And then he's going to be so mad. Mad.
He will be so mad.
He will.
It's true.
And if you don't think I'm going to come back.
Oh, yeah. No.
Petty as shit.
There's so much about that entire thing that it was just fantastic. It brought some joy and light to an otherwise torturous building, and I mean that literally. Active literal torture.
They would call that street Avenue of Fluff. They call it the Street of Horrors because people outside of that building could hear screams happening here and then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and the least that we have is for that guard, a whole new type of horror was unleashed, and it was tango.
It was tango.
I appreciate that. So
let me slide over to Greg. Who are you? Where can we find you? What is your wish? And give some love.
Hi, my name's Greg. I'm Grimjack21502. My wish is I am not a fan of combat in any system. I just I appreciate combat, especially like the mechanics of it and everything. But I usually don't like look for a fight in an RPG. I like to
So your wish is for like pacifism?
No.
Oh,
Let
me
finish.
Oh no.
For what Oscar has had to go through the last 2 episodes, I wish for something to break. Give me something to break. I need Luke's dad back. I need something so Oscar can work out some tension, and so can Greg, because we have the 2 riders are approaching and the wind is going to howl, and these 2 are nightmares, and they are have slithered all the way into all of our stuff already. I don't want to say I'm defeated, but the big lady's starting to hum, and so we'll see. I'm ready. My body is ready for these 2 to get here and destroy Paris. But anywho, as far as
they're just pleasant people,
they're awful.
They're really bad,
and that's why I note the fantastic scenes for completely different reasons that Stiver and Dot had. They were amazing, emotional, super runs of everything that has occurred. I also thought that the Hannah and the scene that the 2 exes had were that was absolutely fantastic, because that was real. That was a real scene. That was a real conversation that is occurring right now and has happened and will happen throughout the worlds. But my throwing the love out, I'm throwing it to Trooper, because once again, all of these characters and NPCs said the right thing at the right time to absolutely either, pardon my French, fuck us or help us in the best and worst possible ways. And to do that on the fly that's a masterclass, everybody. And if you tune in every Friday, you get to see my buddy put one on. So that's it. I'm Greg. Have fun. See you on Discord next week.
Dot, who are you? Where can we find you? What do you wish for the next episode before we do our duos? And give some love.
Oh my, I am Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. I am a live stream producer for everything from a comedy theater here in Atlanta to Cobalt Press over there, kicking it in a Vault of Magic Kickstarter at the moment. And I produce some podcasts with some cool people. If you like vampires,
I do.
Boy, have I got a podcast for you.
Is it award nominated?
It is. It is still technically that, because they have not announced the winners yet. Or they haven't. It's not us, and we just don't know it yet. So yeah, you can just check me out there. Go find me, Little Red Dot. That's the things I do. Give lots of support to the places that are, I don't know, employing me at the moment. That's cool, y'all. Like this place. Okay. Woo, this episode was crazy.
And we didn't even shoot anybody, but there's a whole
yeah, this episode was nuts.
Convoy of heroin that you can shoot people at next time if you want.
See, there's a reason why Regina ran from her past, because everything about it was toxic. Toxic.
That's a great song.
Everything about it was toxic, and it is just like a snail trail. It's just followed her all the way here, just really, 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 really slow. That's how it feels. Okay, love tonight. I think, okay, other than the brilliance that was, I knew that I could send Tango in there as a distraction and he would nail it. I didn't know how he would do it. You know what? Actually, that's my star tonight. My star tonight is the heist. My star tonight is the heist, because each one of us played a super important part in making that heist a reality. It almost shows like how far we've come. It's like once all the things were taken from us, it's like the capability was not taken from us, right? And it just like getting the flower shop and then watching each of us like nail our part, right? Was really satisfying, and I think really telling of who Brooktop has become. You know, Oscar taking the punch for the woman so that she doesn't have to, right? Everybody taking and making some kind of risk for what inevitably, hopefully, is the greater good. And I think it's really, it's just really poetic and tragic as hell. And tragic as hell. Wish.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness. I wish. No, I won't say that. That's just a joke for brevity. And sometimes those aren't polite. What do I wish? I wish. Okay, this is ridiculous. You know what? I'm not even going to give you a real wish. I'm going to give you like a wish that's so big and ridiculous that y'all aren't even ready for it. I wish for all the amazing women in Regina's life now to come face to face with her shitty ex.
so that your ex can seduce them?
She could try. I'd love to see that. It'll
so
just
that
be...
she can get punched in the eye receptacles by all of them.
Yeah.
You're gonna send poor broken-hearted Hannah, who has said always the bridesmaid, in front of the Viper.
Y'all don't understand. If she touches Hannah, I will kill her. Regina will pump her full of lead. It will be so bad.
Your wish was to sober up to her.
No,
so your wish? Why don't we just get all your lovers together on a bus and just put them all together, shake it?
No, that's not what I meant. What I meant is like Regina, for the first time in her life, has people behind her and has these really amazing women that like won't take shit from another woman that has given her massive shit before. Like, I actually think Hannah would kind of tell her to F off. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't know. I trust that Hannah will see her toxic bullshit. Anyways, it's not serving Hannah up on a platter. It's not. That's not what I meant in the wish, Trooper.
I mean, because if you want, I'll just write that down. You want the
Hannah's seen some stuff, though. I mean, Hannah's not like totally.
She's got high empathy.
It's not. I mean, she's been around. She's hung out with like all these artsy crowds and like wealthy people and stuff. I mean, she's seen some people acting all sorts of ways.
She doesn't know the ex's name,
but I'll tell you,
she knows her face.
If Regina finds out that she is trying to get to Hannah, it is going to be so bad.
When Regina finds out.
I was about to say, y'all are going to need to assure Hannah is safe and nobody tells Regina.
Remember the emotions that we're feeling from the response of that drop, that, there's somebody needs. That's what our GM is trolling for. So we need to take this week, pump the brakes, and figure out how we're going to survive this. Because thank God this show doesn't go on for another hour. Or we
you could, if you want to just.
The thing is, with all of our wishes, we're just wishing ourselves into further doom.
Call it what it is, Trooper. What's your ammunition for next week? Not your wish. This is.
Look,
how do you want to hurt us?
Wait. I'm just saying is that you could have wished, like, I wish for puppies, but you're like, no, I wish to know that the war is here. I was like, okay, cool. I wish for like
my wish,
flowers. Oh no, I wish for some combat. Ooh, all right, cool. No, I wish it was like.
What on earth are you people wishing for? In
Y'all don't understand this woman. Okay, let me just. Chad's like, Dot was in shock. I was in shock. You don't understand. She is the worst. She is the worst. And if her husband is as bad as Oscar says, okay, now Regina and Oscar don't get hyped about a whole lot of stuff. You know what? That's another star I'm going to give. I really appreciated that scene tonight between the two of them. Like, as they were like plotting and planning.
By the way, there were so many great scenes. And by the way, first off, Oscar and, having a whole role play.
Just like
just like just two German bros just sitting down, just like, all right, what up, and they were just having, and I just love that moment, by the way. And this is just Oscar's like, how does she look? And Oscar's like, yeah,
she hasn't aged well, She hasn't aged well.
Like, yeah, no, now you're definitely
like that
lying
ass
to me.
Like that butt got a little big, you know what I mean? Like, it's no big deal.
She's trying to still look like she's in college. She's not, it's just.
I mean, she's still wearing the same tube top, but she shouldn't.
See, but don't you want to hear?
She's got some work to do before the reunion,
right? Don't you want to hear Sylvie tell her that though? You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by my wish.
I mean, do you think Sylvia's gonna hold back?
No, that's what I mean. I want that. I want to see that.
Again, we are literally throwing knives and bullets and troopers.
No, these are just wishes. These aren't things that I want to come to fruition.
By the way,
nothing's benign here.
Every morning I wish for the lottery.
This is not
that
a safe
place.
Of course it's a safe place.
I wish for a lot of shit in the morning, and it never happens throughout the day. So it's not.
Oh yeah, but are people taking notes on your morning wishes?
They fucking should, though. I mean,
is it that important?
It's just so important to me.
Oh, I guess we digress. Anyways. I don't know. I guess what I'm saying is I love the show. I love this game. Thanks, so.
And I'm TrooperSjp. I'm your humble GM, and I'm happy to be here with you all. And I'm very excited for all of the shenanigans that I've written down. I've got a couple of.
What's your wish?
My wish. Oh my goodness. Well, I just want to say that you can find me here at the TrooperSjp. Today is.
He wishes
Friday?
For you to find him.
There's my RPGs are right up there. There's the command. Look at them. That's where you can find them. And I just want to say I love the cast. I love. Sylvie's voice modulation and like the difference in the Sylvies, a younger one and a more like, anyway, I love that. Also that moment when she was like, I am unkind. I was like, oh, that is so deep. Ooh, rough. Oh, and then of course,
didn't like that part. Nope.
Oh, I loved it. I was like, oh gosh, there's like all this inner depth to Sylvie when she's like, yeah, I'm unkind. That's basically why Regina, you and I are not really together. And I was like, oh, this is so rough right now. I love it. I'm going to eat it with popcorn. It was so awesome. And then
I know, because I'm over there trying to get an engagement ring with my mafia dude. And she's over there at the same time, cut away. It's like, I'm unkind. I treat people terribly. Like, oh, no.
Love it. So great.
Oh,
of course, Tango taking his sort of tango-ness and turning that to his advantage, which he always does, by really ticking off that guard, but getting a space where they actually got into the office without observation. Like all that stuff is amazing. Greg, when you took that consequence instead of Lisette, I was like, well, my friend. Okay, all right. So you got a messed up hand. But it's a mild consequence. You'll deal with it. It was so good. I was like, wow, all right, Oscar, step it up. I didn't think you would, but like you did, and I was like, props to you. I thought it was beautiful. And then of course, Dot. I feel like you. Oh, that was hard times, my friend. You and Hannah, that was some hard times right there. But you know what? Props to you.
At least you didn't make me roll for empathy or rapport.
Well, that's because you didn't specifically want something from her in that moment, right?
It's true.
You were not asking for something from her. So you didn't need, because you were not trying to convince her to go to London. That would have been a roll. That would have been a roll. But you didn't try to do that. So I love this cast. Thank you all for being here. And we did get two more bits of love from you all, and I want to thank you, everybody who gives us bits or tips or is a member of our Patreon. Thank you so much. It helps me pay the cast, so thank you. And Willen, who's our chronicler, donated 100 bits and said, wow, what a breathtaking episode. Thank that cast, who are all master classes. And then also Rissa, one of our two amazing mods, said, great episode with 500 bits, but damn, they better work hard to keep Hannah safe. Why wouldn't she be safe? I'm sure it'll be fine.
All I'm saying is, I'm glad we decided to level up Luke.
Yeah.
I don't think Hannah's in
We're gonna go.
Because let's be real, someone's gonna die. I mean, someone's gonna die, and I don't think it's Lou.
What? I mean, look. Will somebody die? Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe everything will be fine. I mean, hopefully. That's it, everybody. Take care of yourselves. We will see you all, next Friday for City of Light and Shadow. That's it. Bye, everybody.